Welcome to America's Day at the Races. Spring has sprung, though you might not know it because the temperature's a little on the chilly side today, but the track is fast and harrowed. Looking forward to a big week here at the Big A, a big week at Oaklawn Park as well. Turf racing returns to Aqueduct on Saturday, including the Dangers Hour and 3 turf races on the card as well. Paul Verderosa joining me, Andy Serling, on a 8-race card today, and it's good to be back. It's good to be here with you.
I know, it's good to be here with you, and it's a great week to get started. Turf racing's back. I mean, this is like the official start of the spring for everybody, right?
Yeah, I think for people who are wondering why the turf racing, which normally starts right at the beginning of April, well, we might have been rained off some of these weekends anyhow, but because we're going to be here for an extended portion. Normally we only race for about 3 weeks here before we go to Belmont. We want to let the grass grow in a little bit before we head on up to Saratoga and give it a chance because we're going to be racing for about 6 months on the turf. Much different than most years, obviously, with the project over at Belmont Park, but excited to get there. But also, we've got the team down at Oaklawn Park for a big weekend. It's kind of their last hurrah. They've got a couple of weekends to go and a couple of good racing cards to come. But the Oaklawn Handicap, still their last big race, and it is a big field, to say the least. We'll start by looking at Octane, who missed the Essex, but ran well to win the Razorback over Magic Tap, who did not run particularly well in his subsequent start, Paul.
Man, when you look at Octane, though, he was quick early, but he was able to settle this time, which was a good thing. And he got the first jump on the others in here. Nice ride, too, by Julien Leparoux when it came down to it. Julien likes to save a little bit some of his horses, and he did with this horse. And you know what? This was a big win, you know, for this horse, especially considering the race prior to that, losing its short odds. And, I mean, in Magic Tap's case, I mean, he made his run despite being stuck in that gaggle of horses that he was in. And, you know, we'll see what happens going forward with these horses.
I think with Magic Tap, they may want to try to be a little bit more forward with him, and I do think Octane will be forward in this race as well. But one of the problems he may face is that the horse they may all have to beat is probably going to be breathing down his throat, and that's the number 10, Skippy Longstocking, who's installed as the 3-to-1 morning line favorite, and I think deservedly so. At times, he has run races, quite a few, that make him kind of the horse to beat in here. He got that prep win, much like he did last year in the Challenger. He's going to be sitting outside Octane. I do think he's the horse to beat.
Yeah, and I love how he's now won this race back-to-back years, too. He was used as a stepping stone for something. He's a solid horse when you look at his body of work. And for me, like you, I agree. Isn't he supposed to get the same kind of trip like he got in this race in the Challenger? He's supposed to just get it off of Octane now, in the Oaklawn? Yeah.
I agree. Octave, she was retired a while ago.
Yeah, I know.
Just letting you know.
We were talking old horses before the show. That got me thinking.
She was, I think, 2nd or 3rd in the 2007 Alabama. Now we've got a couple horses that are coming in from California that raced in the Santa Anita Handicap and finished 3rd and 4th, and that's Reincarnate and Highland Falls. And I think it's an interesting seeing these two horses. It might give us an idea. Are these horses in California major players in this division if these two horses can run well in today's race? Saturday's race.
Yeah, my question with Reincarnate is I just wonder if anything over a mile is just a little too long for this horse. When you look at...
Was he ever that good, though? He did win the Lost South Derby to mile and 1/8.
Yeah, I mean, but he got things his own way in that race, though, if you really think about it.
I just don't know if he's that good.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm just not sure on him. And Highland Falls, I mean, just hung around at the back and just kind of came with that run that he does. But again, does it seem like a little phony? Does it seem like a little dressed up?
I'm not his biggest fan, but he draws well on the inside, and it is Brad Cox. And I don't want to sort of disregard Brad Cox's horses. That's Saturday's race. There are others to talk about as well. We'll talk about a little bit more as today's show continues. But a lot to talk about today's races here at the Big A as well. Race number 2, an $88,000 allowance. Unfortunately, we lost a couple of key players in there. I think the 8th race, Paul, though, is really the race you want to stick around for. That's a fascinating race, and Peter Eurton comes in from California with a horse, Verasana, who was absolutely brilliant breaking her maiden just about a year ago.
Thought that she ran lights out in that race when you consider just the horses that she beat in that race, too, and the way she beat them. I mean, she beat them so easily in there. I think it's cool that you see this horse here and that Peter actually shipped this horse here and wanted to be here with this horse.
Yeah, when I saw them draw this race, I talked to our racing secretary, and Keith was saying to me that Peter had called him about this horse and was going to find, where's this race going to go, and he really wanted to ship her, and I'm excited to see her here and love to see Peter Eurton bring more horses here as well. But I mean, this is sometimes you see these wins, an 89 Beyer, a blowout win, and you look them up and you go, it feels kind of phony, you know, maybe it was really like an 81, it was a big speed track. None of that's true.
Yeah.
It wasn't a big speed track, it was a killer field, and she was brilliant. She doesn't get any favors by drawing the inside with some other speed, but she could be a stakes horse.
No, she could be a standout for sure. And I think that, you know, when you look at this race as a whole, too, I think she's got the perfect rider, too. Jose Lezcano's been riding great. Jose Lezcano's aggressive when he needs to be. He knows when to sit back when he needs to be. And I think he's going to fit her well in here. And if she comes with her running shoes on, they might all be running for second in here.
Yeah, she's the one horse. If somebody said to you, there's a horse in this race that's going to be a contender in the Honorable Miss in Saratoga, she would be the heavy favorite to be that horse. But then again, they got to run the races, and she has been off quite a long time. Head on over to Naira Bets, a special reason to head on over there with the Kentucky Derby coming up just 2 weeks from this coming Saturday. It's actually going to be drawn a week from Saturday. We're getting that close. We're offering a special sign-up bonus, Derby 25. You get a free $25 bet for the Derby. We'll also match up to $200 of your initial deposit. Use that promo code Derby25. You could bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NairaBets.com for your free $25 Derby bet and the $200 match bonus. Race number 1. I'll tell you what's interesting about race number 1, Paul, is that as of now, really no money, and it's early, is showing for the number 7, 10-10, a firster for Todd Pletcher. And if ever Todd Pletcher was in a good spot with a maiden claimer, it might be today's first race.
Yeah, it's in this race. I'm a little worried now that I don't see this horse taking a lot of money. It's pretty evenly matched with a few of these. Well, actually, most of this group is pretty evenly matched when you look at the board right now.
Probably didn't think this horse would be the same price as Our Reward. Well, Todd Pletcher, while he actually has good numbers with maiden claimers at Naira, he's got very impressive numbers in much more important races as he's heading in with major contenders in the Oaks and Derby.
La Mesa Park in New We was at La Mesa Park in New Mexico, and he was 8 years old, and they had a horse sale there, yearling sale. Todd said, "Dad, this lady wants to give me a horse. Her husband bought this horse out of the sale for $800, and she's gonna give it away." He said, "Dad, this is a nice little horse. He's correct. Can I have him?" We took him and we broke him. And the first time we ran him for 25,000 claiming. They claimed the horse. He won, and he had 36,000 in the bank. And I said, that's a good start on your college education right there.
I have never in my life been known except, oh, that's Todd Pletcher's mother. I have no identity. I'm just Todd Pletcher's mother.
Todd Pletcher had the work ethic, he had the energy, he was articulate, and I guess I could say he's pretty handsome too. But the big thing was he was a damn good horseman.
And Lucas must be proud of you people. I don't care how the
He is. We all saw him here at Belmont, and you can see that he's sort of taking pride in the fact that most of the guys that have worked for him are doing pretty well.
I used to say, I'm going to have a name for you, you know, like all these big people have names, and, you know, Marvelous this, and the assassin and this. I said, you're El Duro. He said, what does that mean? I said, Duro is the person that is the tough one, the hardest one. The one that, like, if it's a group of people there and you point to them and say, that guy, he's El Duro.
Obviously, he's a very unique guy. He's hands-on on everything. You try to go into the computer, believe me, it's not going to work.
You know, Johnny and I were sort of coming along at the same time, so it just sort of evolved where Johnny was on the rise and our stable was growing.
The Shadow, lights down, Uncle Mo, English Channel, forward, stay thirsty, Alice Malice, quality road, left bank, cross traffic, lawyer Ron, wait a while, and it's going to be a filly in the Belmont.
To me, Rags to Riches was always the most exciting and funnest win that we've had. The Derby with Super Saver was almost like a relief. With Always Dreaming, we really felt like we had a huge chance, and it was extra special to win it with Johnny.
After all these races that we had won together, he had won the Derby with somebody else, I had won the Derby with somebody else. It felt right. It felt really, really right.
We've had a lot of starters in the Derby. I think we've had 59. But one thing I'm proud of is I think 29 of those have gone on to win stake races after the Kentucky Derbies.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso.
All the grade ones, the champion horses, the number of wins, the money earned, 14 training titles at Saratoga. And he's won 14 in 25 years.
The Lucas organization instilled early on is it's a team effort. I've been fortunate to have staff that has been with me for a long time and a good portion of the 25 years that's taken to get to this point. Without them, you can't make it work. And I also appreciate that some of them who have worked for me have gone on to do very well on their own. So Wayne Lucas has a pretty impressive family tree. Our branch has done pretty well on its own also.
The one thing I contribute to Todd's success is he's always known what he wanted to be, and Todd was a type that anything he set his mind to, he could do.
The first text I sent to him was to Todd and Tracy, congratulating both of them, because it's an amazing team effort. Tracy's involved in the business. If Todd works 20 hours a day, she probably works 21 hours a day. She deserves as much credit as he does.
It's hard because it's a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of sacrifices. He always separates one with the other one. You know, family's family and business is business.
There's some games that I missed, and there's some parties that I missed, and there's some school events that I missed that, you know, I wish I could have back. But on the flip side of that, I think the one thing that we get in this industry is the family can also share in a lot of the stuff that's going on. So, you know, the kids were able to spend summers working at the barn, and they were able to come in for the Derby and go to the big races. You know, it's not too often that your kids can come to your job, come to your office, and then share some of the big moments as well.
No, it's impossible to have risen to that kind of level and not made major sacrifices in your life. But Todd, who's had remarkable success in so many of the prep races, obviously the Derby, a couple of Derby wins, which is nothing to sneeze at, with a lot of starters. Interestingly enough, though, you look at his Oaks success. Recently, he's only won 3 Ashlands. And if you look at the previous 2, one was Malathaat, who won the Kentucky Oaks, and another one was Nest, who finished second in the Oaks. And I'll tell you what, you got to say Leslie's Rose Perfect Trip or not, after this effort, has to be considered one of the horses to beat in the Oaks.
Yeah, she's definitely in the conversation for sure. With this race, I actually like that she handled things better being behind horses, Perfect Trip or not, and just traveled so well. You know, you could see how well she ran out to the wire, too. So
she's even fast going backwards.
Yeah, did you see that?
It's a very impressive trait. You rarely see that in a horse. You know, Irad Ortiz admitted after her prior race in the Devona Dale that he thought he screwed up by staying inside for too long and right on the rail and giving her a little too much to do. So you can make an excuse for her race 2 races back. Otherwise, she's been absolutely terrific in her races, and I see no reason not to consider her. Whether you like her or not, you end up betting her or not, I think she has to be considered one of the big 3 or 4 in this race at the very least.
Oh, without a doubt. She's in the conversation, and that race just solidified it, especially coming back from the off effort that she had. She just looked so much better behind horses, too, which I think was important, especially coming out of that Devona Dale race.
And she's run big figures every time she's run, except for the Devona Dale, when she really did have a bit of an excuse that day. See how things work out as horses have headed onto the track for today's first race here at the Big A. And the number 1 is Teresa, trained by Oscar Barrera and ridden by Paredes.
Yeah, I think it'd be a little bit forward in here early. I just don't know about the mile distance, though, for this horse.
Cali Storm, Chris Englehart, Manny Franco picks up the mount.
Last 2 races have been a step in the right direction. We'll see what the full sister to Cali Magic can do.
My top choice is the, so far, badly performing Jingle Jangle. Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice teaming up.
Well, listen, drops, and, you know, if you like the drop down for this horse and you think that this horse can compete in a field like this, I mean, I don't know, a 2-1, though. We'll see.
Mary Alice Coffey's having a good year so far. She's got Crystal Air with Romero Mirage.
Yeah, see if that horse can build on the last race.
The speed is Our Reward, Bruce Brown, and Isaac Castillo.
And then there he is, the first-time starter, not taking much money.
No, not a lot of money for 10-10. The Jose Gomez and Todd Pletcher teaming up. Todd has good numbers with maiden claimers first time out in the dirt here in the New York tracks. But how is this horse 3-1 against this field?
I just wonder, like, what – I mean, you look at this board. You have horses 2-1, 3-1, 9-2. I mean, I guess they're having a hard time getting a handle on anybody actually winning.
Because clearly there's no story on the 7.
Yeah.
I know Acacia loves to see a opportunity first-time starter.
Yeah, not a pedigree you see very much for a stallion that stands in Maryland. And Andy, we'll get to that first-time starter in a moment. But starting off with Jingle Jangle, Linda Rice has actually trained most of the siblings at some point in their career. So she knows this family quite well, including multiple stakes winner Blind Willie McTell, who we know very well in the New York circuit, was a good dirt sprinter. But this horse was not a main track only first time out. She was entered to run on the turf. Now, maybe it was Linda thinking ahead and saying it's likely to come off given how much rain we did have over the summer and off the turf races. Maybe she really wanted to try her on the turf because we did see her on the grass in her next start. She just was a horse that looked like she just never really picked up her feet in either of her races. This is my first time covering one of her races and seeing her, but she's a very lightly framed type of filly. I do think off the layoff, there's no excess weight, no excess condition on her. I would like to see her put on some more muscle mass and conditioning, but it's a big drop in class, and just from what she's facing in here today, she looks to be a standout in the paddock, even though I do have some questions with her as far as what we'll see overall. Looking at the number 6, Our Reward, the speed is dangerous. Not overly the fastest last time out, but kind of gradually got into stride, and she just has kind of that natural speed, and she was very sharp back in the paddock, kind of acting up, saddling. Once they got the tack on, she was better, though, and Isaac Castillo's kept her with the pony for the preliminaries warming up in here. She's relaxed nicely, but she just looks like a horse that is quick, and showed last time she could handle the mile to finish second, though giving up the lead. In the first-time starter, the 7-10-10, as Andy mentioned, by Opportunity, who stands for 4,000 in Maryland. For his 3-year-old and older first-time starters, he just is 3 for 32. But it's not a huge sample size. There's not many opportunities on the ground. And this filly looks absolutely nothing like her sire. The dam was grade 2 placed and was best going long on the dirt, and 4 out of the 6 siblings were winners, both sprinting and going long. The mile is fine for this filly. She's well turned out, as all Todd Pletcher horses are. Great in her coat, especially as she's coming up from Florida. That's no surprise. She's another one, though, that I just really wish had some more muscle mass and conditioning, particularly across her flank, and particularly because she's debuting at a mile Jungle first time out in here. You need to have a little bit power behind to be able to push off. So I certainly wasn't wowed by her, but maybe a first time starter in this group. She'll just find her friends. Andy?
Thanks so much. Of course, that was Acacia Clement. Acacia will be up joining us in the paddock the first couple of races, and then she'll be on the desk for the second half of today's show. And as far as 10-10, any first-time starter you think would get attention because of the quality and the performances of the horses in this race. And for one to come out for Todd Pletcher and be taking pretty much no money, it's hard not to consider that a bad sign.
I agree with you. I ultimately ended up taking this horse on top just simply because if it wasn't the drop-down horse in the 3 Jingle Jangle, I just really had a tough time making anybody else in here.
Well, I mean, if she can't run, and Jingle Jangle, who hasn't done any running in her 2 races, then you've got Our Reward, who number 6, who's in a position to potentially wire the field. Now, I don't love her either, but the way the 7's being bet, there's a very good chance she can't really run at all. And we don't have any proof that the 3 can run. Acacia and I both like her, but I don't think either one of us wants to, like, make a huge bet on her at 2-1. And couldn't the 6 wire the field?
I guess so. I mean, you look at what she did last time out, and, you know, she did make the top.
50 buyer might win this race,
It very well might,
right,
considering who's left in this field.
The 1 and 2 aren't going to run a 50 buyer. The 3 is hard-pressed to do it. I mean, the 5, 6 was better. I'm sorry, the 4. I don't think the 4 should be 6-1, though, and the 6 should be 7-2. I think they're kind of similar type horses, aren't they?
I think they're closer to, and I guess maybe because in Crystal Air's case, they're just seeing that she's had more chances. But I thought she ran better, at least when stretched out and on the drop down last time. I know she chased, you know, Our Reward around the racetrack, but it was still an improved effort.
Well, she was in for a tag for the first time, a maiden claiming race, and that kind of drop can be pretty effective. They're heading in the gate. You like the first-time star, the 7-10-10. Acacia and I, we both going to hope that Jingle Jangle is a much different horse, and she's right, plenty of pedigree. So far, hasn't run to any of it. Chris Griffin has the call of the opener from the Big A.
Our Reward and 10-10 to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Kali's Storm right out towards the front, and Our Reward in the early mix, and there's 10-10 with the red cap on the far outside. Crystal Air and Romero Mirage, once that clear running room moves right towards the outside, is going to be 5 wide here as they get set to hook up with the backstretch. And in the opener, it's now Our Reward and Isaac Castillo up by a neck. Mild pressure from 10-10, and there's Crystal Air. Starts to move in closer out in the center of the racetrack. At the rail, that's Kali's Storm, who broke with the leaders as they're in 4th. In behind that is Jingle Jangle, who's now sitting in 5th and getting closer. That's Teresa, who's the trailer, but only 2.5 off the lead. 23-4 for that easy opening quarter mile, and Our Reward has got the lead. It's still mild pressure from 10-10. Crystal Air still 3 wide. At the rail, it's Kali Storm, and Manny Franco tightly at the rail waiting for room. Jingle Jangle gets the hurry up here from Jose Lescano, is in 5th, still tightly bunched with less than a half mile to go. 48 seconds flat was the half mile time, and Teresa continues to trail. Our Reward is still up by a neck. Now being asked the question is 10-10 is trying to cut into the margin. Will Kali Storm muscle on through? Just a tight seam down there at the rail, and here comes the move from Crystal Air. Wanted to stay out in the clear, and Crystal Air is now looming up on the outside at 7-2, and Crystal Air has taken the lead. 10-10 tries to go with this leader. Our Reward is back to 3rd. Trying to chase them is Kali Storm. Jingle Jangle. Teresa has trailed throughout. It's Crystal Air who's got the lead. Crystal Air is up by 3/4 of a length now. Battling on still is 10-10 right there to the inside. It's a late rally here from Kali Storm inside the final furlong. Crystal Air is trying to put away a stubborn 10-10 who comes back to the inside. A 16th to go. Crystal Air 10-10. Crystal Air had a plan, and Crystal Air gets the win. Crystal Air wins it over 10-10. Then came Kali Storm and Jingle Jangle in 1 minute 39.32 seconds.
Well, I'm not the only one that noticed, hey, the gate, the Crystal Air was too big a price at 6-1, and she dropped down to a more appropriate 7-2 in the late stages. And Mary Alice Coffey gets her 3rd win this year. And if you haven't noticed that Romero Mirage is riding well, you have not been paying attention.
I thought he rode this race excellent, too, because, you know, when you looked at it, he just kind of took back and got Crystal Air out into the clear when, you know, Our Reward went on with it, and 10-10 was just applying that mild pressure, kept her out in the clear, and honestly, she built off that last race on the drop down, so she found her friends in here. And listen, you know what, 10-10 may not have been that, much of a horse, didn't get much play, but you know what? She held on okay to run second, fought back a little bit against Crystal Air anyway.
Right, she ran fine in here to be second in the context of the race. Whether or not you want to bet anybody back from this race in their next start, I guess that depends on who they're running against. And as far as the three, Jingle Jangle, well, Keisha and I tried. We may have tried harder than she did. She is just not much horse. It doesn't matter what the surface is and where she's running. She just really isn't very competitive. But Crystal Air was. And Romero Mirage and Mary Alice Coffey team up for the win to start today's racing. She ends up as the 7-2 second choice, actually, at post time. Turf racing's coming. Saturday, April 20, the old 420. What better day to start turf racing back in New York, as we'll be back with 3 turf races on Saturday's card. America's Day at the Races continues.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
955, 200, 200 down, 2, in the back, Patrick, 200,000, thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as action has gotten underway here at the Big A, and race number 1 was won by Crystal Air. Mary Alice Coffey getting the win. Romero Mirage aboard. Romero's been riding very well. He's probably kind of motivated by the performance of his relative, Rajiv, on the shows this past weekend.
Could be.
I got to think Rajiv.
Competition's a good thing sometimes.
I think he's Rajiv has set the bar very high for him. At least, I don't know about riding, but at least in his performances on our shows. But nice to see him get the job done. And Mary Alice has started out this year with a bunch of wins.
Yeah, Romero needs some extra camera time, just like Rajiv does. So.
No, he's really ridden well, and he's
yeah.
gotten the opportunities. It's hard. It's a tough colony. It's tough to break in. When he's gotten those chances, he's done well. And am I correct? He is standing by with Acacia.
He is indeed, Andy, and certainly not as much a camera hog as this cousin Rajiv is. But Romero, Crystal Air, you rode her last time, and she definitely showed a little bit more punch, but this time she really set a lovely trip for you.
Yeah, given the post position and how the pace scenario set up, the 2 speeds were to my outside, and they broke, and they started dueling a little, so I tried to keep the kickback out of her face because she's a bit corky with that type of thing. So I just kept her in the clear and sat right off of them, and she finished very well.
As a rider, how much of a benefit is it for you, do you think, when you've ridden a horse before and you get to know them and those little quirks that they have?
For me, it's almost the same thing as a person driving a car. Not every car is the same. You can't drive a Toyota the same way you drive a Ferrari. So it's nice to get to know them before. Especially, you can only learn so much off of replays, but riding a horse and getting to know them is very essential, given the trip, the post position, and what a horse likes.
putting all those tools to use today. And I understand you just celebrated a birthday. Happy birthday. Any big celebrations this weekend?
No, I'm just glad that I got off to the spring meet to a good start. That's enough celebration for me, just hopefully keeping some momentum going and picking up as I go along.
Always a good celebration in the winner's circle. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Acacia.
Andy?
It's nice to hear the Rajiv is lending him his Ferrari, so that's also good to hear, but nice to hear from Romero and a thoughtful interview after the race on his win aboard Crystal Air.
I want to ride. I'll tell you, it's better than my ride. They get to ride Ferraris. That's for sure.
Better than mine. I don't have one. I do use a bike when I'm in Saratoga, which landed me on my head. But anyway, race number 2, where we do have those scratches with stakes winner Funny How coming out, as well as stakes winner Leave No Trace, a Grade 1 winner coming out. We're left with 4, where Royal Poppy on the rail with Dylan Davis is currently the 6-5 favorite. But more importantly, we're getting back on the grass, and getting back on the grass is good for everybody. Bigger fields, less dirt races, better fields in the dirt races, and a lot of turf racing to come with our 2 turf courses, and they are ready. They've had that extra time to grow in a little bit, as we will be here for the majority of the year.
Yeah, and they look great, actually. And, we didn't have that bad of a winter either. And even though they're covered up, you want to have good weather. We actually had that for most of the winter, so it's looking sharp. I can't wait to get out there. Big fields. I love those New York bred races, too. Those maiden special weight races fill up big, too.
And Saturday's feature will be the Dangers Hour. Dangers Hour is named for a son of Glowing Tribute, who was, like many of his siblings, a very, very good horse. In 1986, won the Manhattan for trainer Mac Miller. He was a good one.
Yeah, Jerry Bailey aboard, I think, for this win.
I'm guessing that Silver Voice down the rail in Forgo's colors.
Yeah.
Those 2 were involved in a race Saratoga. I think they ran 1-2, but there may have been a DQ. Maybe the summer before in Saratoga. He was a very good horse from a tremendous family. And of course, Mac Miller had so much success with many Rokeby runners.
Yeah, and this horse was just something special, too. Look at him. He was just a nice figure, too. Nice presence on track, too. He always ran honest races, too. There wasn't many bad races that came from him.
I love that family line. Glowing Tribute, of course, who won the Diana back in the 70s, and she produced, among others, Sea Hero, but also Wild Applause and Hero's Honor. So many good horses. And there's the field. No surprise that Chad Brown has a big presence in here with Mason, Spirit of St. Louis, and Equitize. Spirit of St. Louis, the 8-5 morning line favorite, and he has been a terror in these New York bred races.
It's funny to think, too, well, when you look at this race, first of all, this was Manny's 2000th win, and you look at this race, too, and the dynamics of this race favored Spirit of St. Louis, but he's just a good horse when you look at him, and just, I don't know, isn't he too good for these horses if he comes back with this race that he runs? You don't think so?
No, but he's a good horse. I think he's the horse to beat. I don't argue with that. Whether he's not, he's too good, we'll see. Some interesting competition in here, and there was also a mediocre ride. The 3rd place finisher, Jerry the Nipper, in there, but he got a lot of mediocre rides, to be honest with you. I think he's good. I think he's the horse to beat. Whether or not he's too good for these horses, I think it depends. It depends a little bit on what we see from some others, horses like Pioneering Spirit. Can he come back and bring his A game? Are their horse can step forward? Does Mason still have the talent to be competitive in these races? Can Equitize step forward? There are a lot of questions in here. He's good. Pioneer Spirit, can he find that mojo that he had last summer in Saratoga, where he had a tremendous summer, culminating with a race that helped Linda Rice tie Chad Brown for the title, winning the Bernard Baruch against the speedy Bring Me a Check.
This race, you knew that trainer battle was on, too, this race after that win. But when you think about this horse, was claimed for $40,000 and switched to turf. 6 races this horse has won since then, got a Grade 1 placing out of it, too. The cool thing about this race, too, is the horse kind of ducked out at the start and still ran exceptional. And Jose Lezcano, we talk about him all the time, but day in and day out, he's one of the better riders that we have here. And how about Bring Me a Check, too? Because think about it, that horse got passed by Emirati in there, too, and battled back, too, that day.
He did. He was able to control in there. Pioneering Spirit, is he absolutely good enough? If some of these run their best race, we'll find out. It's good to see him back. But other horse in there, Dakota Gold is coming back as a new gelding. Can he recapture that form, which he was good early in the year and tailed off towards the end of the year? It's great to be back on the grass, and that Dangers Hour is looking like a very strong race. Another person having a strong year among many strong years is our good friend Kendrick Carmouche. We'll be hearing more from him today, tomorrow, and pretty much every day. America's Day at the Races rolls along.
My favorite race is Cigar Mile 2020 True Timber. I know how much my horse loves the sloppy track. I got outside position, you got speed horses, and you the horse that can sit right behind them. Jack Stinson, he texted me that morning, Kendrick, what do you think? I said, don't worry about it, brother, I got you. My horse break good. I want to send him a little bit so I can let him relax a little bit going down the chute. Down the backside, I wasn't worried about the kickback. Even within the 16th of a mile at the gate, a couple dirt hit him, he didn't even mind. He just shake his head and he just kept running through it. At the 3/8 pole, I asked him and he moved up so sweet. I mean, he was right in my hand the whole time. And once I got to the quarter pole, I just pulled the trigger. You know, I figured if I pull the trigger, it's gonna be hard to beat me from here to make up the ground on a sealed racetrack. When I got to the 8 pole and I started asking him, I mean, you can feel the horse responding.
True Timber is going to pull off the upset here in the Grade 1 Cigar Mile.
For my mom, my dad, and my wife and my kids, I know how much it meant for them just as much as it meant for me, you know. The fist pump at the wire explains it all. And I'm saying to myself, man, I think this is a Grade 1.
Was this a Grade 1? Oh, this is my first Grade 1. Oh, we got our Grade 1, baby.
Coming from Louisiana to win one of these races, the Cigar Mile, and the African-American jockey, for myself, for my family, for the people that's out there that's seeing this and never thought it could be done. It can be done if you work hard.
I didn't know him as to love him, Kendrick Carmouche, who had a nice win over the weekend with Tizzy in the Sky, getting her win in the top flight.
It was nice to see Kendrick get the job done here, and Tizzy in this guy's job was made a little bit easier when the horse on the rail didn't break well. But I'll say this about Kendrick, you know, he does the little things, the fundamentals that we talk about all the time, not getting in a horse's way. Like in this case here, you know, when Tizzy in the Sky got to be isolated on the lead, he didn't rush her, just let her settle down, let her set those fractions and drew off here. You know, this was a nice win, though, for Tizzy in the Sky, who needed a stakes win and got it here under Kendrick Carmouche.
See what happens going forward as the competition gets tougher, but Tizzy in the Sky, the favorite, delivers. You mentioned the second choice, not getting out of the gate very well. Tizzy in the Sky may have been the controlling speed regardless. And Kendrick is, you know, people, I think, mislabel him as a speed rider. I think that's baloney. I just think he's a very good rider that adapts to his horse's style. If a horse he's riding has speed, he can be forward. But it's not like his wins, some super high percentage of them come on the front end.
No, absolutely. And I think just, you know, like you said, sometimes people just see those horses that he puts in front and wins well, but he's equally as good coming from off the pace. And one other good thing about Kendrick, too, is when younger riders are here and they start off, Kendrick's one of those people that's in the room, too, that's always helping them out and trying to get them better and keep things safer out there as well. So
Good
top
man.
to bottom, yeah.
Good man, Kendrick Carmouche. Always happy to see him get the job done. Acacia down in the paddock. Let's get more.
And Andy, we'll start off with Royal Poppy, the remaining Ray Handel runner who will race in here, as Funny How has been scratched with the moisture that we did have overnight. And I did catch up with the Adelphi Racing team, found out Funny How has been retired and will be bred to Constitution. So we do look forward to getting a chance to see her babies. I'll come back to Royal Poppy in a moment, but the number 6, Pharaoh's Heart, was going to talk about her second, but we'll start there because she is giving her team a very tough time. Just tried to rear up moments ago. She's always been a very big-bodied horse and had to get a larger girth to put on her. She's definitely carrying a lot of condition, particularly in her barrel, and they saddled her on the walk, which is typical for Pharaoh's Heart, but she was just really not having kind of the delay with trying out different girths and trying to get the tack on her, and they still have to get the over girth on. So she's not being the easiest as far as the preliminaries do go in here. She has not raced since January, and she will cut back in distance. There's a lot of her, as I was alluding to, and while she has won sprinting before, I do think that this will be a little bit of a prep race to maybe get a little bit more distance in her, but she's definitely on the muscle today, so I'll keep my eye on her, and hopefully she will be able to settle down and keep things under wraps in here. Also think that she will benefit from having a race for tightening up a little bit with that extra conditioning that she does help. Back over to Royal Poppy. Sorry to production for going out of order, but Royal Poppy, A horse that we did see win last time out here in February. That was over Tough Street, who came back to finish second and then won just the other day with an 80 Beyer speed figure. Busted Bay also came back to win out of that race, as well as another horse. And so this is one that I thought was up close. Definitely got a good trip that day, kind of moved up, and maybe her strides were shortening a little bit in the latter stages of the race, but she was able to hold clear with the closing Tough Street coming at her and going 7/8, which I don't think is her preferred distance. I like her better at the 6, which she gets to do in here, because she's always been kind of a smaller, little bit more of an unassuming type of filly. She's incredibly fit coming back, and I last saw her in October. Mentally, as she's gotten older, she really has improved a lot. She used to get very, very sharp, kind of revved up in the preliminaries prior to the race, and she's acting the ultimate professional here right now. She is also one that I do think appreciates a little bit of moisture in the track too, given that she is a little bit of a lighter frame type. But I like what I see from Royal Poppy at the moment, and we'll see if she can make it 2 wins in a row. Andy?
Thanks, Acacia. I too think Royal Poppy can make it 2 wins in a row. I know her race came back slow on the Beyer scale, relatively speaking, a 78 Beyer. I think it's a better effort than that. The horse beat running to her inside and there came back to sort of inexplicably win a stake in her next start. And quite a few horses have come out of this race as well to run much better in subsequent starts. And the second place finisher, Tough Street, a winner over the weekend.
Yeah, and to Acacia's point, I like this horse going shorter as opposed to longer. Now, she did get the job done last time out, but I think 6 furlongs is well within her scope. She got an inside post today, and she has a target to shoot at, too, with the 5 quick money, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, she was able to rate a little bit 4 starts back when she won and set up the pace, and you're right, quick money is faster. You're going to have to let that one go and try to set up shop, and I think the best way to do it was to be a little aggressive to start, maybe create some separation and get in that good spot. But I think she is coming out of a race that's better than it looks, and Ray Handel had entered her in a stake race before scratching her, so he obviously thinks highly of her, and he's found himself in not an easy spot, but an easier spot.
Yeah, I think this is an easier spot than the distaff would have been. However, what's left in this field, I mean, it's not the worst field ever assembled either for 4 horses. I think you could make a case for just about everyone in here.
Well, let's talk about the second choice, the number 5, Quick Money right now. She's the speed. She has trouble sealing the deal, but I think she's dangerous on the front end.
Yeah, she's the fastest of this group, and she's going to take them as long as she can go. My biggest problem with her is I just wish, as we see the 6 acting up pretty badly there, Pharaoh's Heart, in case you did say
well,
it.
she's a horse that has a long history of acting up.
Of acting up. And in Quick Money's case, I just wish that they would be able to ration her speed out a little bit more. Now, maybe she's the type that she just runs loose and runs free and just wants to go, and they can't. But I just feel like she's been cutting those fast paces and just opening up. It just doesn't have enough left late.
But I think she's also run races good enough to win here, and she may have lost because she was running against some better horses. You've taken the longest shot on the board as a horse, Mozienko, I have a long history with. Is she really good enough to beat these horses, especially coming off a bit of a freshening?
It'll be interesting to see with the scenario if she's going to get enough to run into. I think the coolest thing about Mozienko more than anything else is, I mean, when you think about that, she was claimed for only $10,000, and they made over $500,000 with this horse. I mean, she's really
It was a great
well.
claim.
Yeah.
Dennis Lallemand, I think he's made about 400 and change with her. You're right.
Yeah.
It reminds me of a claim he made for 7,500 that he made over 400,000 with a few years ago named Game Token.
Yeah.
There is the favorite Royal Poppy, Dylan Davis, riding for Ray Handel.
Comes out of a race where everyone that came back has improved their Beyer, speed figure-wise, should get a good trip off of Quick Money, and 6 furlongs seems better than 7.
Mozienko, Louis Rivera riding for Dennis Lallemand.
Got a soft spot. If she can fire, she's going to get a good trip like she did 2 back against these kind. The question is will she be good enough?
The number 5, Quick Money, the speed, Kendrick Carmouche riding for Rob Atras.
I just wish they would be able to kind of ration it a little bit. It may not matter, but she's run fast early, and she's opened up on fields, and that might be enough against this group.
The quirky Pharaoh's Heart a little late coming out, but I think we should take a moment to talk about her. The concern I have with her is she's very good. I don't know if she's really as effective at the 6 furlong distance, even though she has won at it. But in general, her talents lie in bottoming fields out, going the mile distance with more stamina. Will she be as effective rating outside in this race? But she has the talent to win here.
Without a doubt, the talent is there. And as you mentioned, you know, it seems like her better races are going longer and being able to just control the pace. And we know she's probably not going to be able to do that unless Quick Money doesn't get out of the gate. But at least the post helps her being on the outside a little bit.
I agree. Drawing outside is definitely in her favor in this race. But as you say, she's not as fast Quick Money. The 6, Pharaoh's Heart,
Yeah.
is scratched now.
Okay.
And I blame our sound man, David, because he did say to me earlier, we have some 4s. Maybe we'll have a 3. Well, we have a 3, Acacia.
Yes, it's a very unfortunate, scary situation in here. Pharaoh's Heart unfortunately did rear up and flip twice, and the veterinary staff has come in. Isaac Castillo was able to jump off the first time that she reared up and flipped, and he's on his feet and fine, but she will be a late scratch here in the paddock. Andy.
Thanks, Acacia, but we're glad to hear it's nothing serious. Unfortunately, this scratches the field down to 3, and a horse, an interesting player, comes out, and Royal Poppy now 4-5, and the speed, Quick Money 7-5. You've still got the longest shot on the board, though, with Mosienko.
Well, first and foremost, I'm glad Isaac Castillo is okay with what happened down in the paddock. And second, hey, any chance that I can get Quick Money and Royal Poppy to duel, and Mosienko picks him up now?
Not really.
I was just asking for a friend.
I don't know if you get them to duel with Mosienko. Could pick him. I have nothing but love for Mosienko and Dennis
I do
Wildman,
too.
one of my favorite trainers. And Dennis doesn't have many horses. He's a name if you're not familiar with him. Write it down. When he claims a horse, as you mentioned, he's won all this money with a horse. He claimed for, I believe that's his daughter, Stacy. I believe
so.
And
Yeah.
He claimed Game Token back in 2009 from Gary Contessa for $7,500. Horse paid $129 first time out for Dennis on Wood Memorial Day, and he went on to win over $400,000 for Dennis going forward. So he doesn't claim too many. But when he finds one, he has been able to be incredible. You're talking about a guy who's made over $750,000 with 2 horses he claimed for under $20,000. It's kind of Hall of Fame worthy, actually.
Yeah, and it's great. It's great for the game as a whole, and it's great when you think about it, when you hear stories like that and you find stories like that. And Dennis, they do great work. And I always take an extra look at a Dennis Lallman horse when I see it, especially coming off of a layoff or on the grass.
Oh, I always watch Dennis. Yeah. He doesn't have too many horses.
Yeah.
He actually rode years ago. He rode with the MiG.
Did he really?
Yeah, he did. Well, everybody rode with the MiG. I think MiG MiG was around riding the 1800s. I think he was in the first Travers, actually. And the MiG will be joining us in the paddock for race number 3. Always good to have him along as well. People wondering, Greg Wolf on vacation, a well-deserved vacation this week, and Maggie down with the team at Oaklawn Park. She's practically moved to Hot Springs at this point.
I know. She keeps getting those frequent flyer miles back and forth. So,
yeah. And let's get more on our friend Mosienko and Dennis Lallman from Acacia.
I, too, have a very soft spot for this mare. Guys says Mosienko has just been the picture of consistency, and she comes back in off a bit of a freshening. We haven't seen her since the end of January, and she's done well. She's always one that really kind of carries herself well from race to race. She always looks a picture, but she's put a little weight on, which I certainly don't mind. It looks like she's just really thriving at the moment. Her coat looks terrific coming in here, and especially you always look at that for horses that are based in New York over the winter, because sometimes in the colder months their coats do just start to get longer, get a little kind of that wispier, finer build to them. She is dappled out. She looks tremendous. I have no problems with Mosienko, and I know that Paul likes her in here, and she's a horse that, like I said, has been the model of consistency, was able to run down Quick Money 2 starts back, as this is a horse who faced Hot Fudge in the Interborough last time out. We'll see if she can run one of her better races today. Sometimes it does take her a little bit of time to get going, but it looks like she's doing just very, very well. And just a quick pop on the 5 Quick Money. I didn't mention this, so apologies to Bobby, our producer, but this is a horse who she is coming out of the correction behind Hot Fudge last time out. She is that just smaller, stout, quick look. Hasn't been able to seal the deal as of late, but she is just very laid back, and sometimes she can be really revved up prior to her races. So I actually like that she's conserving some energy today. Andy?
I think another factor you have to take into account as the field gets smaller, as speed becomes more and more dangerous, and it gets to a situation where the 1 in 5, who are maybe the 2 horses to beat anyway, they become even more controlling as the field minimizes, and I just don't think you're going to see that quick a pace. And it behooves Dylan to be a bit aggressive with Royal Poppy. Don't let Quick Money jump out and then back it down in your face. You've got to be on the pace with her, maybe even if you're going a little faster than you wish, but I don't think you want to be going too slowly and let Quick Money wire you in this now depleted field.
And that's the chess match, right? That's the balance that you need to find. And Dylan's been riding phenomenally. He's seen things well out there. He's put his horses in good position and also breaking from the inside here. he knows he's going to have to keep Quick Money within his sights. And looking at Quick Money, too, on the screen now, too, she is definitely calmer than she's been going to the gate. She's not bouncing around like she usually has in the past. And Moisienko looks really good, too.
Nice-looking group of three heading into the gate. There's 2 even money shots right now. It does appear, and they're going back and forth as to who's favored. Keisha and I prefer the number 1, Royal Poppy. Paul taking a shot with the bigger-priced Moisienko as they're heading in the gate for race number 2. Chris Griffin has got the call.
Post time here for race number 2, start of the early pick 4. Field of 3. Royal Poppy, Moisienko, Quick Money is in. All set. And they're off. Quick Money with the speed towards the outside. It's Quick Money right to the front, and Quick Money is just going to cruise on the front end, is now quickly up by 2. Trying to keep up there is Dylan Davis. Doesn't want to let the leader get away as Kendra Carmouche is going to hug the rail. Here's Royal Poppy, who moves right towards the outside into the 2 paths. Moisienko, Luis Rivera Jr. is going to track from 3rd, is now about a length and a half off the leader. It's Quick Money with less than 4 furlongs to go, 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Kendra Carmouche and Quick Money well in hand as continuing to chase here is Royal Poppy. Moisienko has now tactically moved towards the inside here, and the 2nd and 3rd runners are head and head, but they're chasing the runaway leader in Quick Money. Quick Money reaches the top of the stretch, is up by 2.5 lengths, and Quick Money now gets encouraged to move forward, and Quick Money is sprinting away. Moisienko is in full pursuit, and Moisienko is not letting this leader get away, but Quick Money has still got about a 3-length cushion. Quick Money got to the front end, and Quick Money will win it. It's all Quick Money, Kendra Carmouche. They win it well. Moisienko 2nd, then Royal Poppy in 1 minute 10 seconds flat.
This race was over at the break when Quick Money was able to break so sharply, while Dylan Davis really had to push Royal Poppy to motivate her in here, and she really had nothing. And at that point, Moisienko tried, ran well to be 2nd, but Quick Money just showed up today and had everything her own way.
Yeah, popped right out of the gate too nicely, and within 3 or 4 strides had cleared over. And you know, this race was basically over from there, and Dylan had to motivate pretty early on Royal Poppy to try to get her going. And, you know, just when you look at this race as a whole, you'll see where it goes going forward. I thought Moisienko ran okay coming off of the layoff, had a nice little inside-out move and ran on a bit for 2nd. And Quick Money, like we said, speed was dangerous, got to the top, and no real pursuers, and just wired the field.
Bad news for those of you that use Pharaoh's Heart in the pick 5 or pick 4 as you get the post-time favorite. And Royal Poppy, the post-time favorite, by $608, but Quick Money, the second choice at even money, gets it done in our 2nd race, a 3-horse field. She was the speed, and she went that 23:09 first quarter, and this race was over. Well, Kentucky Derby, we are just 16 days away from the Run for the Roses, going to be drawn in just 9 days. And while Fierceness probably going to be the favorite in there, and he has shown his brilliance, we had quite a few 100-point prep winners, including Resilience here, but also Sierra Leone at Keeneland. More on them when we come back.
Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Disarm takes the mat win. And team up, they win the Bet Park Pennsylvania Derbies. Wicked Halo, who wins the Raven Run Stakes. Nobody catching Society.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the NYRA circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit NYRA.com/NYBreds for more info.
America's Day at the Races brought to you in part by Hillendale Farm at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. Back here at the Big A, as we saw that win, a popular victory for Quick Money getting it done. Acacia is standing by with a man of many words, Acacia, Rob Atras.
Well, he's certainly happy after this win as Quick Money. Rob, you said she's broken your heart a few times, but she was flying out there today.
Yeah, Kendrick was able to relax her a little bit in that 23 quarter, so I think that really helped her finish up. She's been an honest filly. She tries every time. Just, sometimes she gets pressed a little bit in the front, and she has trouble getting that 6 furlongs.
She came out of a stake that she tried last time off of the layoff too, and it looks like she's really done well now as she's matured mentally, getting older and coming back this year.
Yeah, no, we've been really happy with her. Like I said, every start she showed up for us and run hard, and even the stake race, she ran a great race that day too. She's just a really nice filly.
You have a lot of horses that have a lot of good gate speed as well, and Kendrick riding quite a bit for you too, a very strong gate rider. How important is that to not take away what comes naturally to those type of fast horses?
No, exactly. And I think getting a good break and whether you're in the front or sitting off and just getting that position so that you have the options to make your move whenever you decide to, I think is very important.
Worked out today. Congratulations.
Thanks, Acacia.
Quick Money, she was able to do exactly that. Andy?
A good year so far for Rob Atras. He gets another win with Quick Money, another win for Kendrick as well. $4 on the front end completes a double. It paid $12.80 for $1. Not bad value. Consider the first winner paid $9. We also had that consolation double with a 6 as well. Race 3 coming up, and we lost maybe the favorite here as well with Cool Calm Collected was an early scratch. Bella the Ball 1-2, and she looks on paper to be tough to beat. She's got to deal with an inside post, which might not be her favorite position, but still, she's way the horse to beat on paper. More to talk about in that race as we continue the show. Well, Fierceness, the first one to get 100 points when he was able to win the Florida Derby, appears to be very much the horse to beat going this Kentucky Derby. And he's got a lot of brilliance, but we did see these 100-point races run here a couple of weeks ago, including at Aqueduct with Wood Memorial. But the horse a lot of people are talking about is a sort of co-favorite. I'm surprised a lot of people have him close to Fierceness. He does look like the second choice at worst, though. Sierra Leone getting it done at Keeneland in the Bluegrass for Chad Brown. This is the second time in 3 years, I believe, Chad has won the Bluegrass.
When you look at a horse like Sierra Leone, right, you have the confirmed closer as opposed to Fierceness, who needs things on the front end his way. And in a way, the Derby kind of plays to the strengths of Sierra Leone in a little bit. Sometimes you get too fast at that pace. Horses don't want to go that far. They start backing up on you. He's just got that real quick turn of foot when you watch him. It's almost like a turf horse turn of foot. Like that last couple of furlongs that he gives you, he really turns it up. It's going to be fun to see, especially with the complete opposite of Fierceness, and to watch him come running late in the Derby with the right setup.
They have dichotomous running styles. There's no doubt about it. And Sierra Leone has run well in all of his races. An interesting race in the Bluegrass where you got a quick pace, but the speed held together very well, and Sierra Leone was the only closer to be effective. But I think there's also an argument that he was really the only closer in the race with any ability.
Yeah, that had any shot of actually closing, actually closing in to get the job done in there. So I think he's going to be tough in there. Again, when you look at the Derby and you talk about horses like Fierceness and him, Fierceness might be the most talented horse in the race. Doesn't mean that he's going to win the race, because the most talented horse doesn't win the Derby most of the time either. You have to get lucky.
Well, it depends. I think that Sierra Leone is more reliable. Fierceness is an all-or-nothing type horse, and you see his recent runs there. A third-place finish from Zandon, highly motivated, moved up to 9th. Good Magic, a very good second to Justify as well. Practical Joke, considering he didn't really want to go much more than a mile, ran well to be 5th in there. And Normandy Invasion, who really should have won the Derby, Chad's first starter, he was best that day. Unfortunately, they were a little aggressive. And, Javier moved too soon that day, but Chad said to me, I'll take the blame for that. I was worried and kind of encouraged him to move early, and as it turned out, in Orbs Derby, the last move was the winning move.
Yeah, and that's what happens usually sometimes in those derbies too. You want to be able to be there at the 8th pole. It seems like most of those races are won at the 8th pole. You know, not too many people are making that many late moves. So you want to make sure you get up there and you have the horse to make that move and to be able to get yourself in good position as well. Because the first turn is the first battle, and then the second turn, getting yourself to the 8th pole, is the next battle.
And I think in handicapping it, you probably want, if you're betting against Fierceness, you probably want closers in the race. But then again, there's always the situation with Fierceness where he has a little trouble early and maybe he isn't part of the early pace, in which case horses forward can do well. Now, Resilience has the benefit of being able to put himself in the race without being a speed. So maybe he's one of those tertiary horses, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th early. He's got to improve to win this Kentucky Derby. But I think one of the things you have to like about Resilience is he improves with every start.
And when you looked at his Wood Memorial, too, he just looked a lot more mature. He looked a lot more mature from a physical standpoint, a mental standpoint. I don't know if it was the blinkers that did it, that kept him more focused. He was in the bridle. He was traveling well most of the way. He's a big, good-looking son of Into Mischief. The distance, I don't think, will be a problem as you stretch him out. I just wonder if he's going to be good enough. But he could tuck in neatly into that first flight behind the speed horses and, you know, get himself good position.
Yeah, as of now, he's not good enough to win this Derby, but there are a lot of horses that have a right to improve, and it's a good story, too. You see Emily, you see the Wygood's daughter, Emily, leading him into the winner's circle, and, of course, her father, Marty, who bred this horse, passed away, and our condolences to the family as well. And Marty, a big part of racing for many years, so he's got the story behind him as well. And I do like Resilience as a horse. I don't know if he's good enough yet to win the Derby, but I think he's a horse that we could hear a lot from as time goes on, whether or not he's effective in the Derby.
Yeah, and you always see during the year like how those horses will start to mature. There's different periods of time. You got the ones that start over the winter, and then some take a little longer in the springtime, and then you have your second half of the year horses. So Resilience might be one of those horses, or he could just be peaking at the right time.
Yeah, I doubt he's peaking. Bill Mott horses just continue to get better and better, and I think we'll see more from him further down the road. Catching Freedom won the Louisiana Derby with a late run in a race that sort of collapsed in the late stages, and he's a horse a lot of people are fond of as well, and he's going to be one of the first 3, 4, 5 choices, I have to think.
I would think so, and what I liked about this race, too, was I know that in a way some of the pace fell apart in here, but he was so wide and just made that long, prolonged move in here.
Okay, we're going to disagree on that. I thought he won because he saved ground the entire way.
Well, he did, and then he made a big
angled out wide, but I don't think he lost a lot of ground in here, and I frankly thought he got a better ride than Honor Marie, who finished second. I thought Honor Marie was a little bit less patient, a little wider, a little less patient, and as it turned out, the last move was the winning move, but maybe the last move was the winning move because it was the best horse winning. It depends how you look at it, but I would prefer the second-place finisher, Honor Marie, out of this race more than Catching Freedom, especially at a better price.
Well, yeah, and also because that was the first move into
the first move of those two,
yeah,
at
those
least.
two, yeah. So I can understand your point there.
Yeah, I mean, I understand he has his fans, and I can understand that thinking. His figures aren't that far behind Sierra Leone. He's sort of right there. I'm a little bit circumspect of these races and want to see him. I thought Tuscan Gold actually ran the best race in there in finishing third. He's probably waiting for the Preakness.
I would think a little bit shorter than 1.25 miles would be good for him. But I mean, waiting
Really?
for Preakness, I would think so.
Oh,
just based
I
on his running, I would think he'd be okay at the 1 3/16.
I think he would be. I think he'd be fine at 1.25 miles as well. I just think he was attending wide a quick pace that fell apart in that race, and I thought he ran very well to be third, especially for a lightly raced horse. We'll see what happens. A lot of opinions around the Kentucky Derby. They're going to draw it in 9 days. They're going to run it in 16 horses in the paddock for race number 3. America's Day at the Races will continue after these breaks.
Number 365.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Well, the OBS April sale, a big sale, an important 2-year-old sale every year, taking place Tuesday through Friday, so still a couple of days left, including today. And we had some very big prices going there. A $1.9 million 2-year-old being sold, and we look forward to seeing a number of these horses running at the New York tracks. $1.9 million for a Tiz the Law, Acacia, who worked an impressive 20-1. And how about that daughter of Separation of Powers, one of my favorite horses?
I'm joined now by Tom McCrocklin, who consigned hip number 365, Tiz the Law filly, who sold for $1.9 million. Tom, I think after her work going 20-1, everybody knew that she was going to be very well talked about at this sale.
Yeah, she was. She advertised herself, and then she had to go through the process, obviously, of showing, vetting, but when the breeze was over and the vetting was good, we were pretty confident she'd sell well. It was well received by all the sharp buyers. You know, it was a great result.
She has a lovely pedigree as well, the dam being a sister to Abel Tasman. Talk just a little bit about what you've seen so far from Tiz the Law, New Stallion.
Well, Tiz the Law, a very good racehorse. The filly's pedigree herself, like you said, she's out of a half to Abel Tasman. So I thought there was a lot of stamina in the pedigree, and to have her work a quarter mile in 20-1, galloping out in 31-3, 44-4. I mean, she's an exceptionally talented filly. In my interview the other day, I described her as a statistical outlier. I mean, she's just way out there on the fringes. Almost no horses can do what she did here. And Tiz the Law was obviously a tremendous racehorse, trained by Barclay Tagg, won the Travers, just a phenomenal horse himself, and he's off to a great start if he's producing fillies like this.
She really seemed to tout herself too. She had a lot of class about her. When did you realize that she was really going to be a good one?
Not till late. You know, she was in the middle of the bell curve most of the winter, because at that point we're galloping, and my experience has been the lesser ones show up first. They can't handle it. They're a little bit remedial, learning their lessons. And we have a lot of nice horses that come from just the middle of the curve. But the last couple of works at the farm were pretty special. And I told my breeze riders at the farm, her last breeze, I said, that's the work we've been looking for.
Well, we thank Acacia for that information about those sales, and of course, always interesting to follow those 2-year-old sales. And you can read the workouts at obssales.com if you want to see those 2-year-old sales when those horses are running, and many of them will be running at our NYRA tracks over the summer here. They are in the paddock for race number 3, which kicks off the pick 6. And I'm going to ask you, Paul, what horse, if you had to single somebody in this sequence, as the card's going to get a little tougher later, would you think is the most likely single?
I guess the most likely single would be Belle of the Ball here, but for me, What?
The one Belle of the Ball.
Yeah, the one Belle of the Ball, yeah, in race number 3. I mean, but as far as from another horse standpoint later on in the card, in race number 6, I think you can't do wrong with the 7, You're Forever, on the outside.
Wow, that's a creative single, You're Forever. Wow.
Yeah, well, I don't think you could do it for it. I know. Drops.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying, listen, I think Belle of the Ball is going to be the most likely singled horse in the sequence, and I agree with you there. That's a little bit more creative.
Yeah, I mean, Drops has an outside post, and it probably should be the speed of that race, too, against the group that she's facing in there. So we'll see what happens with that horse off the drop. But I think this horse that we're looking at on the screen is probably the most likeliest winner.
Yeah,
in the sequence.
with the scratch of Cool, Calm, Collected. Yeah. This horse, Belle of the Ball, seems like the one to beat in here. Is my man, the Mig, ready in the paddock? Oh, he's not ready yet. Well, we'll see what happens. I don't love that she draws the rail, as she has been more effective when she was able to get off the rail 2 back, and I think that was one of the reasons she didn't run as well. Even though the rail was good last time, I think she wants to be outside. So you have to think, though, that the 2 Perpetual Praise and the number 4 Bloom get away from her, and maybe that'll enable Jose to get her off the inside, because in riding her 2 back, he became acutely aware she was not comfortable rallying inside of horses.
Yeah, and got her to get in the position that she was in. And last time, I think it was just a factor of that, being inside and being involved in that scrum and then taking back. It was a weird running line the way that she ran. So, but she's improved in every start since that maiden win, and she's not going to really have to improve much to beat what's here in this group.
Oh, I think she has to not
regress
to beat this field, but we'll find out what our man, the Mig, thinks. Richie, how are you doing?
Good, guys. Yeah, I was having a little technical problems. We got it worked out.
Listen, the one Belle of the Ball looks fantastic, and that's the first thing I'm trying to identify with a favorite. Is there something that I don't like? Is there something that makes me feel like this horse won't run, you know, one of their A efforts? I don't see anything that leads me in that direction. The one thing I will say, she is 1 for 11, and you know, that's concerning to me. That's not she has not compiled a winning profile, if you will. The 2-horse Perpetual Praise is 3 for 6. She's going to have to improve, but she also has a winning habit, and she looks very sharp here in the paddock, really on her toes. I'd be very surprised, even turning back from the mile to the 7 furlongs, that her speed isn't fully intact. And then the 4, Bloom, you know, another one. She's 2 for 14 with 4 seconds, stretching out to the 7 furlongs. Looking at her from a physical perspective, I don't think that'll be an issue, but she's extremely well turned out, got that rich hydrated coat that we look for. This is one of those days in races like this, guys, I really kind of reserve judgment. I have that luxury, unlike you guys who have to make your selections so much earlier, to see how they move on the racetrack. But I can't fault the favorite at all, except that 1 for 11 record.
Thanks, Richie. I agree, but she was unlucky to lose 2 back. She really did run a winning race. It's just, you know, Jose was one of those things that Richie talks about, you know, bad rides versus unlucky rides, where I think it was just an unlucky ride, and maybe she's a horse that's not comfortable inside. Can Jose be able to get her off the rail relatively early in this race?
And to your point, you can see even in her last start, she just didn't look comfortable in there being a part of the scrum down inside. So maybe in this race, you get a horse like Bloom and you get a horse like Perpetual Praise that give her a little space and she can sit in behind them and get outside quickly.
Perpetual Praise caught a sloppy seal track in a much weaker field last time. If you just look at the second place finisher, Synonymous PPs, you'll know what I'm talking about, and was able to control. Speed was good that day. I think it's a very different story today for her. While she may be the speed, though Bloom, the 4 has some speed, I just don't think it's the same situation by any stretch of the imagination.
No, I don't think she's going to get a comfortable lead in here, especially with the presence of the 4. And I just kind of feel like that last race is just a little dressed up based on who she faced, because Synonymous, as we've seen all winter long, just has not run all that particularly well. So
on the track, the 1 Belle of the Ball, Linda Rice and Jose Lezcano, she's the one to beat. Generous even money right now.
Yeah, I'll take even money. Improved in each start since the maiden win.
Big pop on Duck Fat drove her race, her odds up as the 2 Perpetual Praise look to wire them, Katie Davis and Ray Handel.
Yeah, we'll see if she gets the setup she got last time. I don't think she will with the presence of the 4 in here.
Of course, Dylan, her brother, is supposed to ride the 5 on the 6 outside scratch. Duck Fat at 1 for 27, 2-1 second choice. Can't argue with her being the second likeliest winner.
And not in here. The record leaves a lot to be desired, but she might pick up a little pieces in here like she does normally.
She's better with a little moisture in the track.
Yeah.
The 4 Bloom should be forward early, comes out of a sloppy seal track win at Parks.
It was a nice race, but didn't beat much and probably needs to get faster to beat this group.
Another one that probably needs to get a little faster to beat the favorite here, but not a lot faster, is Legrat, who draws outside. Romero Mirage looking for another win.
Yeah, and, you know, last time out, you know, maybe the level's a little too high here for this horse, but does show a little bit of tactical speed anyway.
Always good to play through Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, at any time, and use that promo code of Derby25 to sign up. But once you've signed up and once you have logged on, you can opt in for the $20 bonus. Bet 100 or more at both Aqueduct and Keeneland today, as we are racing at Keeneland. Third race just went off there. You can get a $20 bonus, win, lose, or draw, Keeneland and Aqueduct. Head over to Naira Bets, opt in, play through Naira Bets, play any track, anywhere, at any time. There's the number 5 Legrat we talked about, who should get a good stalking trip. I didn't think she was impossible, but I mean, she wasn't able to come particularly close to Belle of the Ball last time out. What's going to happen differently today that's going to make her more effective, if anything?
Yeah, I don't see much of a difference to make her effective in here, although I will say, I mean, it's funny, too, and you look at that race, too. Belle of the Ball, you know, victim of circumstances there, too. My girl, Jal's gotten better against Lesser in the last year. She's gotten really better. She's gotten nice rides and everything. So for me in here, I just don't see her being able to make up the lanes on Belle of the Ball.
Well, maybe the MIG has seen something out there that wants to tell us why we should maybe take a little shot against the favorite, because Paul and I, Richie, we do not have any good ideas if you want to bet against the 1 Belle of the Ball.
Well, I don't know that it's a good idea, but I am going to pick against her and maybe at my own peril. I'm going to go with the 4 Bloom. I just really taken with the way this filly looks. And I think if the 2 Perpetual Praise goes, she's just going to sit up that nice trip just outside of her, stalking. I think she just projects to get the right trip. If she's good enough, we'll find out. The 5 Le Grat really made a nice impression on the racetrack. You know, this track is really fast. It's not good. They upgraded it to fast, and it legitimately is fast. I mean, I don't see any kind of real moisture in it. Just got that good, rich tobacco brown color that we've gotten used to seeing at Aqueduct over the years. This has always been one of our best surfaces. Nice impression. Really warmed up nice, the 5 Le Grat. Romero Mirage has been making the most of opportunities when he's on a live horse, and I like watching him ride. I really think that he's finding his form. Now, it's going to get tougher around here, and it'll be interesting to see what he decides to do, if he's going to dig in or kind of ship around. But I think it's important that young riders kind of make a statement and dig into a place and show that they want to make it on one circuit instead of bouncing around a lot. But that being said, you know, these smaller fields lend themselves to being riders' races. You know, best horses are going to win, but sometimes, and we saw it in the last race with Kendrick, 3-horse field, she broke sharp. You're fully aware of where everybody is. There's no hiding in a 5-horse field. You know, horses can be keyed upon. Everybody's aware of where everybody else is. So riders have to be really on their toes, extra sharp, and try to take advantage of any opportunities that present themselves. That's what a jockey's job is, to compromise the opposition within the boundaries of the rules.
Well, speaking of that, Richie, the #1 Belle of the Ball, who, you know, taking a shot against her or not, which is fine, she's the one to beat. But we've talked a little bit here about the fact that she doesn't really do her best running inside of horses. And while she's not the speed, you're riding her. What do you try to do to get her off of the inside?
Well, you know, Andy, my philosophy on riding was always to come out running, and that doesn't mean send her or all-out drive. Come out running enough where the other speeds have to commit to that idea, and if they go on, that hopefully creates separation. If you're Romero Mirage on Le Grat, your job is to try to keep her in that position she's not as happy, not allow Jose Lezcano to just tip out to the clear as quick as possible. But I think if you come out running, hope the 2 and the 4 go on, and then you slide out to that perfect spot, laying 3rd, stalking.
Thanks, Richie. And I think that's an interesting point he makes about Romero. I mean, it's not necessarily, you know, Jose, and I love hearing Richie's insights on that and his concept of getting your position going forward. It sounds so simple, but to me, it's the most insightful way to describe riding you can possibly get. Getting that position going forward doesn't mean you're in front, but it means you're in a forward position and you can dictate how the race is run and what kind of trip your horse gets. But he's right, isn't it, on Romero Mirage, who might have enough speed to sort of sit outside of her and try to keep her in and keep her from getting that coveted outside position.
Yeah, you want to see that kind of race riding, and you know, the favorite always has a target on their back, especially
Sure. Especially drawing the rail.
Yeah, especially drawing the rail, too. You want to keep that horse boxed inside and make it as hard as possible, you know, race riding within the rules to get to make sure, without compromising yourself.
And when you have that, well, you know, when you have that target in your back as a rider, I think you have to be aware of it and not allow yourself to be a victim. And the best way for that to happen is, as Richie says, get that position going forward. So at least you're dictating where you are and making it a little harder for the others to be able to attack you. And you see this happen, and I think it's incumbent, like Richie said, not that she's the speed Belle of the Ball, but for Jose to look to be forward with her to be able to get her to the position that he wants to be in here. Because if she has an Achilles heel, that might be it. Not being able to get position as she's going into the gate in this field where she's now the 3-5 favorite. And I think you and I both agreed she's not an underlay at 3-5.
No, I don't believe so, especially when you look at the second choice, co-second choice being an unproven commodity coming from Parks, running against Lesser, but did it well. And then Duck Fat at 7-2.
Who we both picked second.
Yeah,
but she's 1 for 27.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens in race number 3 as they're heading into the gate. Chris Griffin's going to have the call of the 3rd, kicking off the pick 6.
Next up will be Bloom. and LeGrot. Is in. All set. And they're off. LeGrot has the speed, and Blome is right there in the early mix with Perpetual Praise. Those three across the racetrack. At the rail, that's Belle of the Ball. The trailer is Duck Fat. They're chasing Perpetual Praise. And Katie Davis, they've got the lead. They're up by a half length. Now pump it up to 3/4 of a length. LeGrot is there stalking from second. Blome is comfortable right there in third. Then comes Belle of the Ball, is in the clears in the 4th position, as they're pretty strung out here as they work up the backstretch with the trailer. Duck Fat, 24 seconds flat, unopposed. Perpetual Praise has got it her way. Perpetual Praise will take him to 4 furlongs left to travel, is now up by a length and a half, almost 2. LeGrot continues to stalk here from second. Blome is on the move from third. Also, Belle of the Ball gets the cue from 4th, is running into some moderate fractions at the rail. That's Duck Fat, orange cap. Duck Fat's got some momentum, has caught up to the lead, but it's still Perpetual Praise right there up by a neck. Here's LeGrot ready to challenge. Blome is 3 wide. 4 wide will be Belle of the Ball, and a ground-saving trip for Duck Fat as they line up. It is Perpetual Praise trying to put it away. Perpetual Praise, but here comes the 4-5 favorite. Belle of the Ball is in hand, and Belle of the Ball is just swept by them all. It's Belle of the Ball inside the final furlong, is now 2.5 widening lengths in front. Belle of the Ball, no doubt here the favorite's going to get it done. Belle of the Ball, Jose Lezcano, an easy victor. It's all Belle of the Ball. LeGrot, then came a photo. That was Blome and Duck Fat in 1 minute 25.45 seconds.
It didn't matter. They were going slow up front. She was simply the best horse, and the way the field spread out made it easy for Jose Lezcano to get her to the outside, and she gets it done. We could say an arguably a generous 4-5.
Yeah, I think this was a little bit of an overlay on her, and it was funny because early on, we both had the question of why was Blome being rated? Was that just to instruction or just because
didn't work out well?
Didn't work out well. Yeah, you know, the pace was slow enough, and I mean, you know, Katie Davis did what Perpetual Praise likes to do. The horse was on the front end, just wasn't good enough to see it through, and Belle of the Ball was just too good for these horses today.
No, you can't knock Katie for running last with
that's what I'm
Perpetual
saying.
Praise.
Yeah.
What more could you, not you were saying it, but what more could she do to go 48, 24, and 48?
Perfect.
48 and 2,
Perfect
actually.
fractions.
They were slow fractions. She's just not good enough. And a rider can't make a horse that's just not good enough win a race too often. In this case, as so often the case, a jockey's job is kind of to win when you're supposed to win. And that's why it's such a difficult job, because they can sort of only blow it.
Yeah.
And, you know, and in this case, Jose Lezcano got the job done in a horse that was just much the best.
Yeah, 100%. And, I mean, you know, it didn't really matter based on the last race being inside, outside, wherever. Just too good for these horses today.
No question about it. Well, we saw a pretty interesting horse win our Gazelle, and the Gazelle is a long, storied race in racing history, but it's become an Oaks prep over the last 10 or so years. Can Where's My Ring add her name to the list of horses that have been competitive in both races? America's Day at the Races. We'll be right back.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Totalist, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
America's Day of the Races is brought to you in part by ABR, America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Heading down in the winner's circle, Jose Lezcano coming in and going in, Linda Rice, and the MiG standing by with Linda Rice.
Thanks, Andy. And Linda Bell of the ball, the only concern, I guess, with this field was drawing inside, but she was able to get outside and work out a nice trip.
Yeah. You know, she keeps getting the one hole, but we, you know, going 7/8, Jose was able to work his way out, and then she got carried pretty wide around the turn, but today she was just the best horse.
It just looked like she got so much more comfortable, though, stretching to the 7/8.
Yeah, for sure. Going 3/4, you know, I feel like we're rushing her all the time. You know, I'd kind of like to stretch her out to a mile. She looks like she's the more distance, the better right now.
She's kind of got that pedigree that says that, but she's kind of really gotten good. Have you noticed a change with her?
Yeah, I've been this filly. I mean, I've just been watching for the last 60 days. She just gets a little better all the time, and she's really enjoying her training. When we first got her, she was kind of resentful and unhappy, and she's just, you know, become a happy horse, and usually those perform well.
Well, congratulations. Well done. And, guys, she's 5 years old. Horses don't fully mature till 5. Maybe she just needed a little time and Linda to find the key.
Well, Richie, as you and I are figuring out, people don't mature until they're in their 50s. Hopefully, at least there. Some people we know that old aren't even that mature yet.
I still got a little time then.
Good to know, Paul. Good to know. We'll give you an excuse now.
Yeah, right. I get that.
Bell of the ball, getting it done, and a potential single for many in the pick six. But one race does not decide how the pick six works out. We scratched down to 4 betting interests and 5 runners with major players coming out, particularly horse I liked in Dad's Good Runner. This is an entry that's a little tough to take, Paul, at even money.
Yeah, and I don't like entries to begin with, and unfortunately I ended up picking G Munning in this race too. But I don't know, man. When you look at the rest of this field, I just have a hard time. I don't really like Vaunted so much, so I just really have a hard time making Quick Hammer in the entry just back and forth where I want to go in here.
I prefer Quick Hammer in this race right now. The number 7, who's 5-2. We'll see how it plays out, but a very, very different race. Now, the 2021 Gazelle, search results, a horse who won the Grade 1 Acorn and 2 starts later, and a horse that competed very, very well in their biggest races for a few years. She is the horse that's come closest to winning both the Gazelle and the Kentucky Oaks since this race became a prep. Now, Princess of Silmar in 2013, she finished 2nd, and she came back to win that Kentucky Oaks.
That Kentucky Oaks with search results, I'm a big fan. That broke my heart. That's the only future bet I ever made at 40-1 on search results, when she was that absurd price.
So
in the futures.
So, you had it in the futures?
Yeah.
So I was with the Connections, who I'm friendly with at the Oaks, and we went to dinner in Louisville right after the race. We left after the race was over, and I was wearing a search results hat, and I came out of the bathroom, and a waitress saw me and said to me, "Tough beat."
Oh man! And listen, she is one of the horses that I ever saw run the best race ever getting defeated. It was the Beldame at Belmont, wasn't it?
No, it was the Phipps.
The Phipps
at Belmont.
Yeah, those ridiculous fractions. It was the best race I ever saw a horse lose.
It was a brutal beat. And listen, she had the misfortune of being in the same class with Malathot and Clairiere as well. Some very good runners. Promiser America 14th, Nostalgic 10th. Always Shopping didn't come back. My Miss Lily finished 11th, but we did see Closed Hatches win this. Now, she finished 7th, went on to be an exceptional multiple Grade 1 winner and a very good producer for Judd Mott and Bill Mott as well, but Princess of Silmar was 2nd that year. Where's My Ring? She certainly seems to be a horse that is improving at the right time.
Yeah, and you want to break your maiden in style and talk about doing that, right? I mean, first and foremost, she ran huge, and I love how Jose Lezcano hustled to get that early position that we talk about all the time. Getting that good early forward position, and then just tipped her out when the running started. And listen, he was on the best horse. There's no doubt about that. But she's got a lot of talent. And
she won like the best horse.
Yeah.
Good trip or not, this was a very impressive performance, and it was the same time as the Wood Memorial.
Yes.
And she's not going to have to run against quite as tough a field. I think she's a player in this race.
Yeah, I do too, and you got to love the feel-good story too, and a meaningful win for the whole team and everybody behind it and all. And like I said, she put in a stellar performance this day.
No, I agree. I think she's a horse that may fly a little under the radar. She's not quite getting the same kind of attention as you mentioned, lower profile connections. People look at the Gazelle and think it might not be as tough a race. Well, I'm going to tell you something. She's okay, and she definitely has a chance to at least get a piece of this Oaks.
Yeah, and the scary thing is, too, if she improves off of that effort, she's going to be really tough in there to have a say in the Kentucky Oaks. It'll be nice to get this prep race, get a winner out of this prep race, too, because it just has a storied history.
No, it's been a great race, and obviously many great winners when we used to run it as the opening weekend feature in New York, in a race that was won by some tremendous horses, including Silver Bullet Day, who did win the Kentucky Oaks. Well, a lot of action at Oaklawn Park this week. We have a lot of big team down there as well. I'm looking forward to them doing most of the heavy work around throughout the next week, as I have to cover for Greg Wolf as he is out. We'll be at Oaklawn Park for the big race this weekend on America's Day at the Races.
Many of the success. Many of the successes of Three Chimneys has, been done through partnerships, which is something that we've really embraced. But our most notable and significant partnership would be that of Gun Runner. He won his first 2 races, started at Churchill Downs, and then went on and took several of the Derby prep races. He took the Risen Star, the Louisiana Derby, and ran 3rd in the Kentucky Derby. He won the Grade 1 Clark as a 3-year-old, and then his 4-year-old campaign was absolutely brilliant. He won 4 Grade 1s that year, including the Stephen Foster, the Whitney, the Woodward, topped it off with the Breeders' Cup Classic win. And the next year, before retiring stud, he captured the Pegasus World Cup.
Watching Gun Runner in the Whitney win the race, and towards the very end of it, we all found out that he had a shoe in his tail dangling behind him while he was winning this race. It really goes to show you that he looks past the problems and goes for the finish line.
It's been quite amazing what Gun Runner's accomplished so far as a stallion. to come out with this 2-year-old crop. You have a champion 2-year-old filly who won the Breeders' Cup. You also have Goodnight, who was a Grade 1 winner at 2 in the Hopeful. And then the next year, they just keep coming out running, and it's, different horses. You have an Arkansas Derby winner, you have a Preakness winner, a Pennsylvania Derby winner with Cyberknife and Early Voting, Taba, even a Cotillion Stakes winner with Society, and to have 6 first crop Grade 1 winners is very significant. And in the 2022 Haskell, Gunrunner finished 1-2 in that race with Cyberknife and Taba, so it's very exciting.
He's got this wonderful, he knows how special he is attitude about it, and it really kind of makes us feel like we're real special too, so that helps the morale of the group.
Three Chimneys being a part of Gunrunner's race career, and then getting him to see him come here, stand as a stallion, and experience the success that he's had. It's really come full circle.
It feels very prestigious to be able to say that we manage Gunrunner.
I tell you what, Gunrunner was a tremendous racehorse and an incredible 4-year-old season, especially kicking off late in his 3-year-old year with the Clark. And as good as he was on the racetrack, Paul, he's been better as a stallion. That's saying something.
It's amazing to think when you think about horses like this, and sometimes they have really great careers, and then all of a sudden they go off to stud, and their prodigy's not
Right.
as good. And, you're like, what happened? But in Gunrunner's case, you got the best of both worlds. And, I mean, he was phenomenal when you think about being a late bloomer and then going into his 4-year-old year.
Well, he was a good 3-year-old. He just wasn't that good.
Yeah.
And then the only race he lost was when Arrogate ran that incredible race to beat him when he finished second. But he was a brilliant racehorse, a really tremendous horse, but as a stallion, my gosh. I mean, he just has so many good runners, and he just started.
Yeah, and it's amazing to think if he stays healthy and everything goes well, just how many more he will actually have as a whole. Because, like I said, when you can get them to that point and they do well, you see it in their prodigy, and you see how well that they run, whether it's in graded stakes or on the biggest stages. So
I'm not even concerned to think that Red Right Run's considered one of his better horses.
No,
and he's actually had a nice win last time out.
Yeah.
A tremendous ride by Joel Rosario getting the job done in the New Orleans Handicap. I mean, he got a pace to run at, but without this ride from Joel, I don't think he wins.
No, I agree with you. And Joel's done some really good work with this horse, and you can see it here. I mean, Joel's trying to find him a spot. The inside horse is coming down on him, and now Joel's still looking for that spot to get him through, and finally he's like, all right, here we go. We're tip you back outside and get you into the clear. When he got into the clear, he took off, and he got a career buyer for this, put up a 101 for it. And, coming into this race, I mean, he does his better work at the 1 1/8 distance, and he does have a few good races.
Maybe a little longer.
Yeah, and he does have some good, a couple of good races over the Oaklawn Park track. So coming in here, it'll be interesting to see what the pace scenario is in here, and is he going to get that really, really quick pace to close into?
I don't think he's going to get the competitive pace he got in New Orleans, but maybe he's another horse for trainer Steve Asmussen, like Gunrunner, who gets better as a 4-year-old, and I think that's the biggest hope if you're expecting him to compete in the upper echelons as the year continues. Because listen, right now, there's a lot of room at the top.
Yeah, it's not scary.
No, especially with the Dubai World Cup winner apparently being placed in bubble wrap, and we won't be seeing him coming to the States apparently this year. And that's unfortunate because, man, did he look good.
Yeah.
But maybe that's a blessing for all the other older horses running in our biggest races. Race number 4, they're heading into the paddock for that race, and we're looking at the number 3, Vaunted. We're looking at another TV at Vaunted, apologies, who may try to be the speed in this race.
You know what? When you look at his last race, I just don't know if he's what that number says it is.
Okay, who is the half of the entry that's taking more money? Is it the more reliable South Street, but reliably not that good at 1 for 22, or the incredibly unreliable G Munning, the 1 for 17 with Kendrick on the far outside?
I would think South Street's the more consistent of the two. I would think G Munning's probably the more likely winner of the two. Would you agree with that, or? I
don't know. Paul, I asked you the question, and I don't know if there's a correct answer. I'll tell you after the race.
Yeah, right.
I would never take even money on this entry. I am not a fan of South Street. Certainly in this field he could win, and I'm not going to say he can't. And while I think there's an avenue for G Munning is if somebody throws a stone within a mile of him, he says, no interest. This is him running second 2 weeks later. Now, this was a race where he was able to be forward, but more importantly, out in the clear and run his better race. Drawing outside helps him. There are speeds inside of him. Does he even have the speed anymore for Kendrick to be aggressive? Because this is a horse that does not want to take any dirt, and his best races are if he can get clear.
And that's a reasonable question to ask. I guess if you like him today, as I do, you know, you figure he's dropping again, and you just hope Kendrick goes. Like, does he still have the
does
speed?
He have the speed? I mean, Kendrick can try to go, but if he doesn't have that speed, it's not going to put nothing Kendrick can do.
My other question is, too, is even if he's sitting just off to the outside and not getting kickback, he might be okay.
Maybe.
He might be okay.
He's a little tough to trust.
Listen, this whole entry is tough to trust, but I just don't trust Vaunted in here. And Grand, again, I can't make a case for. And I guess you're going to try and...
I prefer the number 7,
yeah.
Quick Hammer. We'll find out what the MIG thinks as we head down to the paddock.
Yeah, guys, and again, I don't want to overcommit to anything. I'll just give you my impressions here in the paddock, and which I hold the right to change my mind when I watch them warm up. But both of the entry look outstanding here. The one South Street and the one AG Munning. I mean, they both got great coats on them. The rich hydrated look that just kind of tells you a horse's overall general health is very good. I can't fault either one of them. They look terrific. They're taking all the money. And then the 7-horse Quick Hammer also making a really nice impression. This horse getting down to the $16,000 level. Last couple races leave a lot to be desired, but adds blinkers and looks good in the flesh. So we'll get a look at the warming up, and we'll come back and revisit this.
Well, we'll see what happens here. And Richie doesn't want to commit in the paddock. I'm not sure I want to commit, period, Paul.
Yeah, this is a tough group to take a real stand with someone in or fall in love with in here. I guess in Quick Hammer's case, I mean, he's faced better fields than this, but he's just been bad in a couple of those starts. And granted,
he's been bad.
Yeah.
My feeling with him was, number one, I really like the switch to Dylan Davis. I think it's a massive rider switch. Last time out, not only running against significantly better, that was about as tough as a non-winner as a 25,000 claimer can get, with significant drop downs, including Pineapple Man. But also, he was down towards the inside, which may not have been the very best place to be. The time before that, like G. Munning, run off his feet in the mandatory race, which was just sort of a ridiculously tough race for the level. And now he's dropping down significantly. So I'm hoping getting Dylan, dropping down, finding the right field works out. But on the other hand, with the scratches here as the 9-5 second choice, he's not exactly appealing from a betting standpoint. On the other hand, who is his competition? Do you think Grand again is going to be able to stalk the number 3 Vaunted and win? Is he really good enough? Do you believe Vaunted? And I think one of the big questions here is, do you believe the 74 buyer that Vaunted ran last time is a number that can be replicated here going forward?
It's almost hard to believe, because I don't believe Hey Toby ran a 72. So
well, we talked about that earlier,
yeah.
Right? Hey Toby is a maiden who's running back, I believe, on Saturday's
Yeah,
card.
so it's a little tough to take. And speed was good, too, on March 28th. They kind of ran 1-2 around the track. I mean, the only thing you could kind of hang your hat on, again, we talked about it earlier, too, was the 4th place finisher came back to win, but it wasn't.
But he may have been hurt by the fact that he was running against the racetrack, because that was a track that was very kind to speed horses and forwardly placed. The one went by, and that was the number 1 South Street, and there is G. Munning coming by as well. He goes by with Kendrick, and there's Vaunted.
Vaunted again. What do you do with the last race and the last figure? If you don't believe it, then you're kind of searching around for some viable alternatives.
And Romero Mirage on the long shot, Grand again, the biggest price.
He's going to be forward in here. Again, he's going to be able to stalk and be effective. I guess we'll find out.
He did beat Vaunted 4 races back. When they dueled Quick Hammer, Dylan Davis has them out for Ray Handel.
It'll be interesting to see with the blinkers on here how forward this horse is in this race. He's dropping again, and he's faced better fields than this. The question is do you want him at a short price? But again, where are the alternatives?
Right, and the other thing you have to say is, there's 8-5 in an 8-horse field. And there's 8-5 in a 5-horse, but a 4 betting interest field. So the reason he's 8-5 is because of the scratches in here. And if, like me, you think Grand again, and I'm a big fan of Levita Shimongol and the work she does, you think he's sort of not a major contender. Maybe 8-5 isn't a terrible price given what's left.
I just wonder if they're going to even out a little bit in the lead. Not even out to being close, but being 6-5, 7-5 as we get closer to post.
Well, you can wait. I mean, you do have, right now 4 minutes to post, probably closer to 5 or 6 minutes to post. And talking about Vaunted, this is the last race. It's a race where Beyer gave it the 74 figure. I think it's a figure that was enhanced by the way the racetrack was playing.
Yeah, speed was good this day, and I mean, listen, he took advantage of it, and he ran well in here to be able to do it, and really the race before that, he was okay. He'd gotten better from a figure standpoint, but when you look at this race, and then you look at the figure, and you look at who he raced against, I don't know if it stacks up here.
I don't know if it's reflective of his abilities. And I think what people have to understand about wet tracks, especially ones that are favorable to speed, they're the kind of tracks that create correct figures, but figures that are impossible to duplicate going forward. Some of the bigger figures in history we've seen, especially from horses, think of that horse that Gustavo Rodriguez, Mystical Curlin,
yes.
running a 103 or something and winning by almost 20 lengths. He improved and got numbers close to 90, but was running better than even when he ran the 103. It's just something we've seen in history, tracks and biases, wet tracks in particular, that produce figures that are unreasonable. The figure isn't wrong, but the idea that the horse can reproduce it, especially on a fair, fast racetrack, it's unrealistic.
And it's interesting because, make no mistake, we've had quite a bit of rain throughout the winter into the spring, and it's interesting to see some of these races and how they've played going forward in races that you talk about with this, because you can find different horses that can offer you some value that may take money now off those figures. But in this kind of race with 4 betting interest, it's kind of hard to.
I'm not sure 9-5 is a bad price of the 7. What do you think of the 7 quick hammer, Richie?
Listen, the quick hammer looks terrific from a physical perspective, but how do you kind of reason with the last couple of races? I know it was against tougher, but they just seem like non-efforts, don't they, Andy? This horse just really didn't show up, and that's a little problematic when it's one race, okay, your horse didn't have a good day, but 3 races in a row where I just feel like this horse looked hungry to me, and I think this horse is 8-5, just what you talked about. Where's the other alternative if you're not going with the entry? These are one of these situations where I am going to pick the 1A at 4-5. The 1 looks terrific from a physical perspective. The 1A gets Kendrick, that outside post. I just think this horse is going to sit the right trip in a small field. And, I'm not giving anybody any great information. I guess it boils down to who would I want to ride, and that would be the 1A. And not just because drawn outside, because as you know, Andy, I was much more comfortable outside, especially as I got older.
That's baloney, Richie. You were as gutsy a rider as ever lived. The problems with G-Money is that he is a horse that acts very badly in races when things don't go his own way. And you just have to wonder a little bit if he's just listen, he was in the same tougher spots that Quick Money was in the last 2 times. Having said that, he's a much shorter price. Yes, you have his entry mate to help you out. Now, entries to me are problematic because you get stuck with a horse you don't want. Now, that horse may end up winning, and you may get paid when you bet a loser. I would rather have just the horse that I want. And the sooner that we're able to get rid of entries, and the Gaming Commission allows us to do that, the better off players will be.
Yeah, this has been an ongoing gripe for a lot of horse players that we still have entries. I'm one of them.
It's not in the best interest of horse players.
I don't believe so either, because how many times do you get saddled? As you said, you get. Let's put it this way: I think you get saddled more times with the shorter price than the actual getting lucky.
You want the horse, even if the horse you like was going to be 3-1, and the other half of the entry on its own would be 6-1. You're still going to now get 2-1.
Right.
You get a lesser price.
Yeah.
We just don't want the other money.
Yeah.
Live with the horse that you like.
Yeah.
We're all going to bet a lot of losers.
That's true.
So we want to live with the horse that we like.
Yeah, no, I agree. And there's my guy right there. I'm going to take that Kendrick and G-Money. He'll get it done today.
Yeah, I get it. I don't believe you could be confident ever about him. I think drawing outside does help him in here, but I don't know that he has the speed to keep up. And this is a horse that if something doesn't go his way in the race, he will give up. And that's a tough thing for me to take as part of a 4-5 entry.
At the end of the day, I just feel like looking at everybody else in this field, the entry mate is the entry mate. Vaunted is somebody I don't believe is going to replicate the number, and I don't think Grand again is good enough, so that just left me with the 1A and the 7.
We'll see. We'll see how things play out in race number 4 as they head into the gate, and race number 4 also kicks off the late pick 5, which will include a very, very strong 8th race today and featuring the return of Verasana coming in from Santa Anita for trainer Peter Urton, as well as Asset Purchase coming back for trainer Chad Brown. Interesting matchup, but if Verasana is able to run back to that win last time out in her second start, they are all running for second. Heading into the gate, Chris Griffin's got the call of race number 4.
Quick Hammer. South Street. G Money. G Money is it. All set. And they're off. G Munning breaks with speed towards the outside, is shoved along, and G Munning wants the front end but has plenty of company. There's Quick Hammer, who's joining this fray. Also right there is Romero Mirage is right there with Grand again. They're all trying to hold that early position. 3 of them across the racetrack. Now Vaunted Ruiz will take back. Is tipping off the rail now, wants to move towards the outside of the 3-way battle for the front. The trailer is South Street. G Munning now wrestles the lead away, but went quick. 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. Had to work at 4-5. Right there in second, there is Dylan Davis with Quick Hammer, and now switching towards the outside, there's Vaunted with a 3-wide run. Grand again is at the rail, and from the back, South Street is trying to rally on as Catching Rivals now is within 2.5 of the lead. It is still G Munning, but here comes Quick Hammer ranging up on the outside, and Quick Hammer has now put a nose in front. Quick Hammer tries to get away. Down towards the inside, it's G Munning, and here comes the entry mate. South Street is on the grandstand side, is in full pursuit. It's Quick Hammer trying to put away a stubborn G Munning and trying to join them both. Here comes South Street with every single stride. It's South Street who now makes it 3 noses across the racetrack inside the final 16th, and now South Street is pushed on by. It's South Street who gets the best of them. South Street over Quick Hammer, who's in that photo with G Munning, then Vaunted in 1 minute 11.37 seconds.
Well, the best 2 horses ran 2-3 in this race as they did all the dirty work towards the front end in an aggressive pace race, as Dylan did not want to let G Munning get away, and he was right to, because G Munning was winning if he allowed him to dictate in the front end, and Kendrick was aggressive, but there was the other half of the entry, South Street, able to salvage things. Not the best horse, 3rd best, but first over the wire.
So what did we say earlier about picking one half of the entry and getting lucky with
well,
the other?
I mean, this was one where you knew something like this could happen. I don't really care about that. I mean, I still, if I like G Munning, I still would have rather bet him at a better price today. I don't really care. It doesn't matter that in this case the 1-1. Let me tell you something else. There's plenty of people that like the 1 South Street in this race that got 4-5, and they might have gotten 8-5 or 2-1 without the entry. So this didn't necessarily help people that like South Street. You like G Munning.
Yeah, I was only just breaking your shoes, but G Munning for me, I mean, at least G Munning had a little bit more speed, and they got him out to the front today. I mean, he battled back a little bit. I don't know if he can run anymore, but he ran a decent enough race there. But the 3rd horse, as you said, the 3rd best horse did win this race, picked them up in the stretch and got the job done. And, you know, when you look at South Street, I mean, he was 1 for 22 going in, but he did get the right setup today. They went fast early, and he picked them up late.
And interestingly enough, both Dylan Davis and Kendrick Carmouche, some people might say, oh, what are they doing going after each other? They both actually rode perfectly here.
Yeah.
Kendrick understood that his best chance to win with G Munning was to get him in front in here, and he did what he had to. Dylan Davis understood that if he allowed G Munning to get clear and dictate, that he wasn't going to be able to pick him up. So therefore, he was aggressive and made him go faster, getting that position going forward. As it turned out, South Street was good enough to get his nose down in front. He wasn't close to best. The best 2 horses ran 2-3 in here, but South Street took advantage, and the riders of both the 2nd and 3rd horses rode the way they had to in order to give their horses the best chance to win.
And you don't mind. If you're going to lose your best way by being aggressive or being what you have to do. And you know what? And good to see Isaac Castillo also winning that race after the mishap in the paddock in the 2nd race. It was good to see him back aboard and back to see him winning that race.
Well, I'd say that I'm sad to leave, but I'm going to be back in about 10 seconds. So you'll be carrying us through the 5th race as Acacia Clement will be coming up here to take the driver's seat. I'll be back a little after the 5th race for the rest of the day, but America's Day at the Races continues.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it
America's original sport. And no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, courses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry. General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga, June 6th through 9th. Admission is just $10 on Thursday as well as on Sunday for this historic event. Visit BelmontStakes.com/tickets today.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and here I am with the Winning Connections, David Jacobson, trainer, and Larry Romans, the owner, and three New York guys here, by the way. But David, this horse really touted himself. He looked really good in the paddock. Is that something you can identify as you're watching horses come up to a race?
Oh, absolutely. It's very important to bring a horse in good condition, healthy, happy, and feeling good and looking good.
Well, he did. He really looked the part. Now, you were beaten one win for leading trainer, but you were leading owner at the concluded winter meeting, and then started off the spring meet with a 5-win day. Is that the best day you've ever had?
Oh, yeah. That was a very special day. I won't forget it. You know, it's doesn't happen too often, but I'll take another one in the near future.
Well, you're keeping the beat going here, high percentage. Larry, we were talking off camera. You grew up not far from Aqueduct here, and you've been in ownership now over 30 years. Still get that thrill when you see one of yours closing?
It never changes. It doesn't matter if it's a 10-claimer or we won the Excelsior 2 weeks ago, and it's just the same thrill. You get excited about it. There's nothing like racing. There's nothing, it's not the money, it's the winning, it's the competition. We can't play professional sports, but we'd all love to do it. You actually had the thrill of riding. I can't ride, I can't do anything. But this is my excitement, and this is my game. And you guys, you guys have done a great job for the industry. All of you, your whole staff is phenomenal. Dress great, speak articulate, and I really appreciate what you guys do. And NYRA. I'm going to Keeneland Saturday. Keep an eye out for me. I'm the only New York guy that's going to be there with Dave. So we'll see.
So appreciate it, guys. And honestly, that should be our commercial right there for getting people involved with racing. Guys, two guys that grew up in the shadow of the racetrack like myself, and we're still loving the game.
Once it gets in your blood, Richie, I don't think there's any getting rid of it. As I'm Acacia Clement, stepping in for Andy Sterling. Happy to be here with Paul Vidrosa still as we're continuing on, Paul, here at Aqueduct. That was the 4th race, and always good to hear happy owners and nice celebrations as South Street makes his way into the winner's circle.
Yeah, gets the 2nd career win. Picked him up, laid him down. Good to see Isaac Castillo get the win, too, after the mishap that happened in the 2nd race in the paddock. So good to see him aboard. And South Street, the other half of the entry. Well, we weren't sure which half of the entry was the half you wanted, but one half of it got it done anyway.
$3.80 winner, Quick Hammer, the 7. A little sandwich in between the entry mates. Race 5, a mile on the main track, $40,000 claiming race for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. Pretty wide open board at the moment, but right now Halo City currently highlighted as your favorite at 5-2. Well, jockey Manny Franco has made his name in one of the toughest jockey colonies in North America. For those of us based here in New York who get to watch him year-round, it's no surprise that he's been able to make waves on a national circuit. But a lot of hard work and a lot of dedication are what have allowed Manny Franco to bring his name to the next level.
Jockey Manny Franco has been no stranger to the winner's circle in his career. Even with over 2,000 wins, including multiple Grade 1s, he continues to stay motivated to be the very best in the game.
I'm hungry. I want to win races. That's what I'm here for.
Family has always been a driving force for Franco. From his first trip to the track, to jockey school, and coming to the United States, Manny's bond with his father has been a key component to his success.
I was about like 14 years old. My dad took me to the track every Sunday in Puerto Rico. Saw those animals running, and I just fall in love with the sport.
Throughout his career, Franco has found support from fellow Puerto Rican riders Irad and Jose Ortiz, as well as Hall of Famer John Velasquez.
Coming from Puerto Rico and coming from the same school, you have to be very proud, you know. And although we compete with one another, but you have to be proud to what they've done and to have the talent. There's no doubt that Manny has the talent to be a top rider in the whole country.
It is going to be a photo finish, and I think it was Discreet Lover.
Schering takes the lead. Late move from Dye. Back to third is Sweet Melania. Schering and Manny Franco have won.
And he's gonna do it, Manny Franco, in the Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic. But it is Tiz the Law, and the New York bred is gonna win New York's Belmont Stakes, the first leg of the 2020 Triple Crown. Here he is, Saratoga's hometown hero, Tiz the Law.
With all his accolades, Manny is still missing that one win all jockeys want the most.
And I want to win the Kentucky Derby so bad, man. That's the dream for any jockey, the Kentucky Derby.
Manny Franco got quite close to winning the Kentucky Derby in 2020 with Tiz the Law, who of course won the Belmont Stakes in the Travers that year, that very odd COVID year. And we'll see if he's able to pick up a mount this year. It doesn't look like there's any kind of horse he's attached to at the moment, but a rider who's really had a tremendous couple of years. And I know Tiz the Law, a horse that really kind of propelled him to the next level too.
Yeah, and deservedly so, too. I mean, Manny, day in, day out, is one of the riders that shows out there that he is good. And when you get him on the right horse, he's not afraid to be aggressive, and he always gives you 100% with his rides. And Tiz the Law, it was a cool horse, too, when you think about Tiz the Law. I mean, you think about being the first New York bred to win the Belmont that time. Over 118 years, I think it was. It was a long time between drinks for a New York bred, and Manny got the job done with Tiz the Law. But, you know, day in and day out, Manny's reliable. Solid guy, and it's the one thing that's eluding him, and every jockey wants to win the Kentucky Derby, but Manny's got the tools to get it done, so hopefully he can get a mount and realize that dream.
Javier Castellano just got his first Kentucky Derby win last year. It's definitely a difficult feat to achieve, Richie, but as far as Manny Franco is concerned, I know a rider you've had a chance to watch very closely, and a gifted athlete, not just on the back of a horse.
Well, I think that's, you know, his biggest attribute is just what a phenomenal athlete he is. See, all around. He's strong, he's got balance, he's got that innate intuition with horses, where to place them. I really enjoy watching him ride. Obviously, you know, all riders have strengths and weaknesses. In New York, we're kind of spoiled because we have, I think, the strongest colony in North America, and most of these guys have fewer weaknesses and more strengths, and it's been a pleasure watching Manny mature, and he does everything right. And just what Paul said, the consistency. He shows up every day, whether it's a 10-claimer or a Grade 1, and gives you that hard ride, that aggressive ride. Now, all that being said, of course, everybody involved with racing wants to win the Kentucky Derby, but the Kentucky Derby doesn't define your whole entire career. There have been some great riders who never won it. There's some great riders that went 1 for 30 in it, and it's just a very elusive prize. Again, everybody wants it, but it shouldn't define who you are. It's your overall body of work.
Lots of good successes already on the resume for Manny Franco, and I'm sure there'll be many, many more to come. Well said, Richie. It's a rider that we are privileged to be able to watch regularly here in New York, as mentioned, with such a strong jockey colony. As far as continuing on with the live racing here at Aqueduct, though, the 5th race coming up next. We'll see if we can get some prices home. It's a wide open board at the moment. 3 horses are at 3-1. The late pick 4 will kick off from Aqueduct. When we come back, that's a look at Halo City. Kendra Carmouche looking for another win today. We'll talk more about this mare's chances after this on America's Day at the Races. We're back on America's Day at the Races. Acacia Clement, Paul Verderosa, and Richard Migliori, glad to have you here with us. Race 5 coming up next. As mentioned, wide open tote board. Still tepid favorite on the 4 Halo City. As we'll take a look, though, at the 2 Whistler's Style, Paul, is this one's taking a significant drop in class. Did win for 16,000 two back. They got aggressive with her last time. She finished an okay 4th against much tougher, and now she drops in for 40. Is that a little bit of a concern with you, or is just saying she's where she belongs?
She might be where she belongs in here, Acacia, but the 2 questions I have with this horse is, 1, is it from the David Jacobson barn going over? He's a tough guy to claim from, didn't run as well at the level. Now Orlando's dropping the horse down for 40,000. And 2, looking at the race that we're looking at, came out of the same race, too, as the 1 in this race, Toned Up. Speed dominated that day with Ocean Getaway and Bonadu. Well, that was the last time out. Excuse me, not 2 starts back. But when you look at this race as a whole for this horse, I just want them to be aggressive with this horse because the pace scenario in here is really muddled. And I think that that's why the board is expanded out and everybody's basically the same amount of odds as they are, because where's the pace coming from in here? This horse is aggressive enough to be on the front end if they choose to use.
Do you feel like it would come for the 2 Whistler Style, or maybe from the 6 Cinderella's Cause? Where do you see the speed coming from?
I think the 2's a little bit faster than the 6. I mean, I was completely wrong about the 6 last time out. I did not like the horse at all, and the horse ended up galloping. It's against much lesser than the horse is obviously facing today and going first off the claim for the Canton Marcies. But for me, I think you're supposed to be aggressive with the 2 in here and send the 2 in here. And
Manny
Cioce's out.
Franco's mount will be the number 6 Cinderella's Cause, first off the claim for Matkin Cantermasi. And, you know, they step up off the claim. And you're right. I mean, this is a horse that just 3 starts back was running against much tougher New York bred Allowance Company. And then Linda drops in for 12,500. Always a little bit of a question. Now, she won that very impressively. Maybe it's just claiming at the right time. But oftentimes with this barn, too, when they do dip in to claim, you do see the horses get better after being in their barn for a couple of starts.
Yeah, as opposed to one. And it's interesting, too, when you look at this race, and that's what I was trying to get out before, so I apologize for that. But 2 starts back when they all did meet together, you know, Whistler Style did beat this horse. So it's interesting to see how the chess match is going to play out here as well on a track that's a little bit more fairer today.
For more in this 5th race, let's head down and get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, guys, just a nice-looking group of fillies and mares here. Whistler Style, the 2, really making a nice impression for Orlando Noda. She's just really well turned out. I love her coat. You know, this time of year, especially, you know, horses that have spent the winter here in New York, sometimes their coats just, you know, haven't really, you know, come around as the springtime comes. That's not the case here. She looks terrific. You see the dapples coming up underneath her coat, really looking really good. The 4 Halo City, this 7-year-old mare who doesn't have any speed whatsoever, but gosh, she holds her condition so well. She's carrying really good weight. First time off the claim by Michelle Nevin. This might be the best I've ever seen Halo City look. Just making a super impression here. And then the 5, My First Love. You know, Wayne Potts horses are always well turned out, and that's no exception here. Obviously, she's moving up in class in a 25 claim last time. You get Alicia Ruiz, you get a 5-pound break in the weights, and I just think she's really well turned out. Like her coat, but again, kind of want to watch these guys warm up before I make any hard and fast judgments, but that's my judgment from what I see here in the paddock.
All right, Richie, thank you. We look forward to hearing your thoughts trackside and getting a little bit more insight into this group. Paul, you have some interest, I know, in the 3 Pretty Extreme stretching back out.
You know, looking at Pretty Extreme, you could toss the race 2 back in the Heavenly Prize. I think she was just in way over her head there. And last time, she's a little edgy, wired the field, and Kendrick's fired up. I mean, it's even distracted
what
me there.
else is new?
Yeah, Kendrick's a little fired up coming out there. But then last time, you know, she's a little edgy, wired the field, and she did make up some ground in that race where speed was good that day. So I'm willing to give her another shot in here. And, I mean, this board is basically all the same for everybody, so 7-2 is not a bad price on her. Give her a shot, see what she can do.
What about the number 1 toned up for Gustavo Rodriguez? Taking a drop in class, has been facing tougher recently.
The lack of pace, though, in here hurts. It hurts her quite a bit in here. And listen, she can win. You know, they're taking the blinkers off of her, maybe try and get her to relax a little bit. Maybe she'll be a little bit more forward, I guess. Sometimes blinkers off can kind of do that. But she's 0 for 14, too, over the surface. And I just kind of sometimes feel like you don't have 14 excuses. You may have run against better sometimes, and it's not saying that she can't win here. But sometimes when you see that 0 for 14 record at a specific track, maybe she's just not a winning type at this track. She's also 4 for 42 lifetime. So
I was just going to say, I think, unfortunately, she has some trouble sealing a deal and getting the win anywhere.
Yeah.
But look, I mean, you bring up a very good point. I mean, even at Saratoga, she ran a really good second behind a wire-to-wire winner in Fannie and Freddie in an off-the-turf race going long. And she's a horse that, you know, has run well at every track where she's been. It's just she's not necessarily a winning type, and you bring up a good point about the pace because she is kind of one of those grinding types that comes from off of it as well.
And I mean, she draws inside, so even if she gets off a little bit slowly, she's going to be back anyway from behind this. But, you know, talking about this race earlier with Andy on Talking Horses, you know, sometimes you see these races and, yeah, it ends up being a small field of 6, but now the pace turns out to be 49 to the half, and they're all suddenly bunched up together and not far off of each other. So it becomes a sprint to the finish to see who can seal the deal. And I'm just hoping Pretty Extreme, coming out of a race where she got wired and made up some ground on a track that was a little bit more kinder to speed, and then being over her head 2 starts back, maybe she'll have a good race today.
Post parade underway. The 1 toned up went by. The 2 Whistler Style is next. She's now your favorite. Here's Pretty Extreme. The 3.
Yeah, I spoke about her quite a bit, and I just, off the last 2 races, I'd like to give her a shot in here at a square number.
Here's the 4 Halo City, the one who was taking the early money, now drifting up.
Goes first off the claim from Michelle Nevin in here.
Number 5, My First Love, 3-1.
Hasn't been the same horse since last year. If she could ever figure out who she was, she would actually beat this field.
And stepping up in class, Cinderella's Cause.
Steps up in class here. First off, the claim for the Canton Mossy Barn. I was completely wrong about this horse the last time. I just wonder if this is going to be a little bit over her head.
That's the field for race number 5. You can earn a $20 bonus today by playing with Naira Bets. Bet at least $100 each on Aqueduct and Keeneland today, and you could earn a $20 bonus win or lose. All you have to do is opt in at nairabets.com. 5-2 now on the number 2 Whistler Style. There's the horse you had some interest in and Pretty Extreme. And I will say, as far as the pace is concerned, it could be a huge feather in her cap to have Dylan Davis, because we've really seen him be aggressive and decisive early, and it's made a big difference on this track.
Yeah, and you could even see in the race, even though he lost the race, the last race, he put his best foot forward and was aggressive to not let G-Money get away, because it was his best shot to win. And Dylan's been, I don't want to say coming of age this winter, but Dylan's been riding so well, you know, this winter. And when you look at Pretty Extreme, I'm hoping that she's a length or two off whatever pace is there.
And I was laughing. He's pulling out the rubber bands because she's braided.
Yeah.
And it looks beautiful, but I know jockeys prefer to be able to grab some mane. So you'll often in paddocks find loose rubber bands with them pulling them out. Richie, I know it's unfortunate to undo the handiwork, but you need to be able to grab some mane.
Yeah, you got to leave a rider at least 3 or 4 inches down at the bottom towards their withers where they can get a piece of mane. So when you break out of the gate, you're not going to go back on a horse's mouth. I used to hate it occasionally in the wintertime, short parades, freezing cold, gloves on, trying to get those braids out while you're warming up. I used to try to talk to the grooms, guys, just give me like 3 inches of mane. Most of the time they go all the way down, though, unfortunately. If I was picking purely on looks, I would pick the 4 Halo City. I think this is the best she's ever looked from when I've seen her. I just don't think the way the race, projects to play out, I just don't think it helps her. I think that there's just no speed to really help up her late run. But from a physical perspective, I think she looks outstanding. The 5, My First Love, also making great impression physically, and I will pick her because I do think she could play out to be the speed here. And I was talking with Wayne Potts about that, and he said he told Alicio, don't take anything away that comes easy. If she winds up in a lead, she winds up on the lead. I just couldn't identify a clear-cut speed horse here, and I thought the closest thing to that was the 5, My First Love. I know one thing, if I was riding her, I'd come out running like I wanted the lead.
All right, Richie, thank you. We'll see who's aggressive early. There's a little shot in the back of Jose Lezcano giving a big warm-up, circling, toned up on the ground as well. Probably does not want her to drop back and get too far out of it.
Yeah, probably wants to keep her a little bit closer than she has been. And maybe with the blinkers off, too, he's a little worried she's going to relax and kind of pull herself back a little bit. But My First Love, Richie put up a good point. If this horse comes out running and is aggressive, just go out there and grab the lead and seize the lead if you can. It'll be interesting to see if Wayne Potts can get this horse's form back, because if you go back to races last year, this horse would be formidable against a group like this. It's just that she tailed off, and she hasn't been the same. Now, last time, I thought, me personally, she showed a little bit of life running behind a runaway winner, Salib. I know the field as a whole didn't turn out to be the greatest race, but at least it was a second-place effort, and she was at least involved in the race a little bit earlier. So, getting back out to the mile, if she comes out running, I mean, we've seen if Ruiz can be aggressive when he needs to be, so maybe she will find herself on the front end.
And she's a mare that's a little tricky, too. She has, throughout her career, always been one that has trouble with bleeding in her races. And just to give a better explanation, every time you or any living being exercise, your lungs do bleed to a certain extent. Now, there is a scale for horses as well, and Lasix does help that with horses who are particularly a little bit more susceptible to it in training methods and feed and supplements and things like that. You can keep an eye on it throughout their career. But she is one, the 5, My First Love, who does have a history of it. And, sometimes you'll see that then in her races where she'll just kind of get off the bridle a little bit. And that's when you can kind of tell that maybe they're not having the easiest time. Now, it seems like she's been fine recently, but I am curious to see what she will do as she steps back up. That's a little bit of a vote of confidence, I believe. She was second best to Solib that day, but she did kind of show a little bit of life in that performance as well.
Yeah, I believe that she did. It was a little bit better performance for her. For what it's worth, the number I had found on Wayne Potts was 3 for 29 first off the claim routing on the dirt, but 15 of those horses have been in the money, so it's not like he hasn't gotten them better or at least held their form. So it'll be interesting to see from a pace standpoint where she stacks up in this field, and I don't really... It's hard to tell who's going to be out front. I'd like to see them be a little aggressive with Whistler Style and My First Love, and maybe with the stretch out for my horse Pretty Extreme, she just sits right off of them.
5-2 on My First Love. I guess some of the betting public hoping that she can run back to some of those races from last year as well. There is the number 1 Toned Up. Got a big warm-up from Jose Lezcano. She has markings just like Tonalist.
Yeah, I know.
Same
You can see
kind
right
of
on the front.
little
Yeah,
angular,
yeah.
On her face. Now you can see them with the blinkers off, too.
Yes,
You've never
you can enjoy
noticed
it.
before. Yes. Loading in for race number 5. Going a mile on the main track. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
3 out. Halo City moves forward. My First Love. My First Love. Eliseo Ruiz, they go forward, and Cinderella's Cause. Cinderella's Cause is in. All set. And they're off. My First Love breaks on top. It's My First Love with Halo City in between horses right there. And here comes Toned Up is at the rail. Those 3 across the racetrack. Joining them is Cinderella's Cause up on the far outside, makes it 4 wide. Just in behind them, Pretty Extreme is second to last in the early trailer. Whistler Style well off the rail right now as Toned Up has got the lead. It's Toned Up who's in front, is up by a half length with plenty of pursuers up on the outside. Here's Halo City, is cut back into the margin, is back to within a neck of the leader, 23-4 for that opening quarter mile as they get closer to the rail now. 3 wide, that's My First Love. Getting closer, tugging is Whistler Style. Isaac Castillo right in behind. Now a battling trio and still trying to join them is a wide Cinderella's Cause. Pretty Extreme is the trailer, very tightly bunched, about a length and a half to cover them all now, 2, as they've got less than a half mile to go and they turn up the pressure on the leader. To the inside, it's Toned Up, who's now just encouraged to hold that advantage. Toned Up is right there. Then comes Halo City, and now Halo City puts a nose in front. Cinderella's Cause is on the move for Manny Franco, and here comes Cinderella's Cause to be a neck in front. 47.45 for the half mile time. Losing ground was My First Love, is under a full drive. Pretty Extreme is trying to muscle on through. Whistler Style with nowhere to go, just having to steady, is looking for a lane. Getting the jump, it's Cinderella's Cause, who sprints clear. Cinderella's Cause at 5-1 is now 3-4 widening lengths in front, inside the final furlong into the center of the racetrack, but Cinderella's Cause maybe a touch wide, but no doubt Cinderella's Cause, an easy winner here. It's all Cinderella's Cause. Geared down, wins it. Pretty Extreme up for second, tight there for third. Halo City's in a photo with Toned Up in 1 minute 37 and 1.
Cinderella's Cause, much the best. And Paul, I mean, obviously it's just because we played the feature on Manny Franco, the angle working again, but she's in good form right now.
Yeah, she's in good form. I was wrong about her last time. I was wrong about her again. But that's what's so right about this game and this sport, is that you could just...
Poetic.
Yeah, it's poetic. It's poetic justice for me. But, listen, for a pace that we talked about that we didn't know what was going to happen, a few of them lined up across the track. Jose Lezcano was, aggressive from the inside, and Kendrick Carmouche with Halo City came up to challenge, and I don't know why Ruiz didn't continue on with Solib, which we'll have to find out, but make no mistake about it. Yeah, make no mistake about it. Manny Franco had a ton of horse coming around the turn and just opened up with Cinderella's Cause. So the feature angle works again. Pretty Extreme ran well to be second once she found a way through, and that's where we stood. 5-1 winner.
6-3, 4-1. Ended up going off at 5-1. Cinderella's Cause did, and you're right. At the start, I mean, the 5, My First Love, actually broke on top, and then was not really kind of pushed along at much at that point. The most aggressive ride right from the beginning was Jose Lezcano with the 1 Toned Up. And, you talked about the equipment change. Sometimes with blinkers off, it's almost they can kind of see their company a little bit more. And even just any equipment change will kind of sharpen them up, surprise them almost a little bit. And he was keen to have her in the race. So there was a little bit of pace on.
Yeah, and they ended up being all bunched up too, as we talked about earlier. A small field, and they got bunched up at the half. And you know, it was interesting to see Toned Up get sent from in there, but he had an aggressive warm-up, too, from Jose, and they came out running. So this was a good race for a small field, and hats off to the Cantor Massey's first off the claim with Cinderella's Cause.
Has been a very good start to the spring meet for the Cantor Massey barn as Matt Cantor will take off the noseband there for Cinderella's Cause, who gets the win under Manny Franco, much the best in race 5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, priced for value and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
It's Volatil in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatil victorious in the Vanderbilt. Won by 2 lengths.
Tremendous amount of talent with his win in the Vanderbilt, as well as a couple of his wins at Churchill Downs. Ran unbelievably fast. Very special family to me.
Perfect start for 2-year-old sales. Just a gorgeous horse and throwing very athletic horses that I think will run.
The Vanderbilt.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm pleased to be joined by Matt Cantor-Massey, who another winner and gotten off to a terrific start at the spring meeting, winning at a very high percentage. Is there a different feeling around the barn when things are going well?
Of course, because everybody motivated and you go in the morning excited for the next week, next day, and it works out great so far for the short meet. I think we are handling good so far.
I think you guys are doing a terrific job. Horses look good. Now, this is a horse you claimed for 12.5 and a big step up in company to 40,000.
It was her distance, and she looked good to me. It's a 2 weeks distance, which is okay for thoroughbreds, and the race didn't come up too tough as for the no drop downs big time. So I think she looked like belonged here, and good post outside, good rider. We get it done.
Everything came together. Matt, you seem to have gotten more and more comfortable here over the last few years. Is there something to that, just getting into like the rhythm of a place?
I think as long as you go through different horses and experience with how the races are coming out, you can read the things a little better. And the training, of course, every year for every trainer, doesn't matter how old you are, you learn so many things in a year.
Well, congratulations. Great job here. And guys, if you're not learning, you're going the other direction. Here's a guy who just stays on top of it.
An outfit that's going well right now, always does right by the horses, and they always look good. And running to the claim box as well. He's a busy man.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you got to go, you got to go. He's headed there. Look at him go.
$12.40 winner, Cinderella's Cause, with Manny Franco in the saddle. Much the best in this spot. She makes it 2 victories in a row. We'll take a look at the late pick 5 sequence. Hope that you're still alive. That one might have spiced things up a little bit with a pretty wide open race race and just not really knowing how it was going to shake out. South Street was $3.80, $12.40 winner in race number 5. We move on to the 6th race today, going 6 furlongs on the main track here, $32,000 claiming race for fillies. The 3-year-old fillies in the spotlight, 5-2 favorite on the 6th. Miss Bourbon down from that 6-1 morning line.
Yeah, I'm going to go right outside. You're Forever. That's where I'm going to head.
Forever.
Yeah,
I like
Forever.
it.
Yeah, I'm going to head out there, dropping a bit in class, and outside post got a little outside speed. Might be the fastest of this group.
I like it. Giving some picks on the way off the desk, because that's it for you. Andy is coming back. We missed him, and he's going to take over. But great job as always, Paul.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, looking forward to it. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. We'll be rejoined by Andy Serling, and we'll take a look at what's coming up this weekend. Saturday's Oaklawn Handicap. We saw Red Route 1 win the New Orleans Classic last time out. Can he keep the momentum going?
The morning of the 149th Kentucky Derby started out with great disappointment for Hillendale owner John Secura.
The favorite is out. Announced this morning, Forte will not compete in the Kentucky Derby.
Well, I was pouting when the Derby was run. I had a great box, and I was going to the races, and Forte was scratched, and my children were going, we're in the sort of throes of the breeding season. I said, I just watch it at home.
They're in the gates.
And not that I didn't think Mage had a chance to win. I thought he did.
Entering the backstretch run, Mage's 15th.
The drive to Churchill is an easy one when you win. It's a long one when you get beat.
But there's 1 furlong to go. 2 Phil's fights on, but Mage has taken the lead.
Was jumping up and down.
Time is running out to catch Mage.
There was nobody here to see my antics.
Mage digs down deep, urged onto the wire to win the Derby.
I just enjoyed and drank in the moment of that achievement, and then the next day we went to Barton, celebrated, and Barbara Banke came over and felt a deep personal and equine connection. She's been such a great partner. We've had great luck together, and we enjoyed the moment of seeing Good Magic basking in the glory of the afterglow winning the Derby, and Curlin was right next to him. It was almost like he looked over and said, "Good job, son. You've got a long way to go, but keep it going." Similarity I see when I see them next to each other is today's legacy and the future legacy.
Curlin and Good Magic, arguably sport's most formidable father and son team.
You know, that's really a separating point on most sires. When you can sire Grade 1 winners and horses that compete at the highest level of racing, that's what breeders are really looking for. It's very hard to do. You know, that genetic switch is either on or off, and when it's on at the highest level, like Curlin and now Good Magic, it's really the epitome of what you could expect from a stallion.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. I'm happy to welcome back to the set Andy Sterling. Are you refreshed and revived?
Oh, yeah, I took a nap. I had a little lunch.
Did
I
you?
really
Yeah.
I did a lot of stuff.
That's good.
I went to my office and walked back upstairs.
Very good. Well, you got your steps in for the day. We'll take a look at our
Don't be
America's
ridiculous.
Best Racing Race of the Week coming up Saturday at Oaklawn Park, the Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap for 4-year-olds and older, a mile and an eighth, and a very intriguing field of 11 assigned here. We just saw that nice feature on Hillendale, and the son of Hillendale stallion, Good Magic. We have Reincarnate coming out of the Santa Anita Handicap. He tried the turf 2 starts back to no avail, back to the dirt last time and finishing third behind Newgate, who would go on to run in the Dubai World Cup in a disappointing effort. But we see Reincarnate and Highland Falls coming out of this Santa Anita Handicap, Andy.
Not a bad stallion race that Kentucky Derby was with Justify and Good Magic running.
It's incredible,
1, 2
isn't
in there. Yeah, I think Good Magic almost doesn't get as much press as he should because of Justify and Gunrunner doing so well. He's kind of lost in the shuffle a little bit, but he's been tremendous. Now, you know, my problem with Reincarnate is I just don't know if he's quite good enough. I think Highland Falls has run well, and I don't love him, but you do want to be careful about taking strong positions against Brad Cox. His horses seem to show up.
Skippy Longstocking, meanwhile, we saw win the Challenger nicely last time out, defending his title. He won back-to-back editions of the Challenger at Tampa Bay Downs. He's a horse that has always kind of been right there, Andy, as far as breaking through to the kind of upper echelon of the level. He has yet to do that, but maybe, as you pointed out, with a little bit of a wide open year in the Classic division, maybe this will be the year.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, his connections with the Charlestown Classic, they've won $1.6 million. They've done a very good job of finding the right spots to run him at. He's not going to be good enough to win a Breeders' Cup Classic or a Whitney per se, but they've found the right spots for him. He should have a good trip, stalking the speed of Octane in here. And I mean, in the case of Lugs, like I don't have a pick in this race. I haven't done enough work to have one, but he is consistently the best horse in this race. It doesn't mean he's going to win here or show up with the best race day, but if you look at his body of work, he has the best overall resume.
Overall consistent, a horse that's often right there too, but has a different type of running style, a deep closer. Is Red Route 1, sired by Gunrunner, who, as you mentioned, has been just tremendous, and this one kind of a spitting image of his sire. But he was always a horse, Andy, that just often was left with so much to do running on late. He did run a 101 Buyer Speed Figure, winning the New Orleans Classic last time out.
What a ride this was by Joel Rosario. You know, I know that, you know, you and I are big fans of Joel. He can be frustrating at times, but when he gives his good rides, I don't think there's a better rider in the game.
Joel.
And this is exactly right. Joel is never afraid to rally with closers inside. He has a demeanor that allows him to be ultra patient, to wait for room. He never panics. He's like Ramon Dominguez in that sense. You never see Joel steadying in the situations. But the thing is, this is a tougher field. He got a big pace there, and he was able to take advantage of it to run down one of the speeds. I think there's better quality speeds in this race. But on the other hand, wouldn't be the first Steve Asmussen horse to get better from 3 to 4, and maybe that's an indication that he's just getting better with age.
Maybe one of the speeds will be Octane, who we saw winning the Razorback at Oaklawn Park. This is a horse who has early speed, a kind of overachieving Florida bred who's been able to compete nicely in open company, and he showed more distance, wasn't a problem. He'll rematch with Magic Tap as they finished 1-2. Magic Tap finished 4th in the Essex in between.
remarkable consistency. A horse who was 8 for 18 lifetime with 4 seconds. I mean, he shows up more often than not. My concern with him is he sort of plateaus at speed figures that just feel a little bit light, that there's enough horses that are capable of running at least a little bit better than him, that at least 1 or 2 of them are likely to beat him. And he's also got Skippy Longstocking stalking him, and he just feels like he may be a little bit better. So while he's not impossible and he has had a good career, it just feels like there's going to be 1 or 2 horses that probably run a better race.
We'll see if he can get back-to-back victories over at Oaklawn Park. Who will step up? Who will kind of stamp themselves as a potential contender in the division with some of those big races for older horses coming on later in the year? Back to today at Aqueduct. Horses are in the paddock for race number 6. For more, let's get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, guys, just checking out these fillies. A couple were hiding inside, getting saddled, so I didn't get a look at everybody, but the 3-horse Tavin making a nice impression here, showed improved speed last time and stretched to 7/8, turns back to the 3/4. And Michelle Nevin's horses always look good. The 4 Spiked Stance also making a nice impression. This horse was avoided claim last time. There's no panicky drop in class or anything. Also turned out well. Coates really got that rich hydrated look. Dave Duggan having a terrific meeting and won the stake the other day, the Stallion Stakes. With Sunday Girl, and he just does a good job. His horse is always making a nice impression. Horse that would be absolute standout here from a physical impression is the 7 You're Forever. I just could not look any better. She spent the winter here. She looks like she's coming out of South Florida. She's got kind of that coat that you look for. She's very, very sharp, really kind of framed up nicely on the walk, and to me, she's got the energy level that says she is going to run a big one.
Richie, thank you. We'll see what happens coming up here in this 6th race. You're Forever we're taking a look at on the screen. Andy, you had some interest in this filly as well?
I found this to be a very, very tricky race. I'm surprised to see the number 3 in this race, Taven, this big a price. I imagine she'll come down. You know, going through with You're Forever, I found a stat for Robbie Falcone, who it's not a big number, but coming in 1 to 10 days, as she is coming back just 7 days from her last race, he's 3 for 8 overall with a 276 ROI and 2 for 4 in sprints. So he doesn't do it very often, basically once a year. But when he's done it, he's been successful, and she was running against much better horses last time. And I liked her outside post to be in a good stalking spot. There'll probably be speed inside of her, and I understand that Miss Bourbon, set a quick pace last time, but for her to be 2-1 off a victory over Zen Lu, to me is ridiculous. The other horse who's 5-2 right now, the number 2, Cozy Colby, and both of these horses have chances to win. I'm not saying it, but if you do the research on Cozy Colby and look at who she ran against last time, I mean, the 2nd place finisher, she got a 52 buyer. Her prior 2 numbers were 35 and 32, and subsequent to that, she ran a 34 buyer. So it makes me wonder, the other speed finished 4th. It just feels like she was meeting a very weak field. So Taven's the horse to beat for my money, yet I don't trust her at all in this race. She found the right field last time, and I thought maybe the 7 just getting a needed drop in class and a good outside post to do it. So if she stays around 5-1, I'll bet her, but I don't know how you look at this race occasion and have confidence.
This is a tricky one, that's for sure. As far as You're Forever, broke her maiden for $50,000, 2 back, and then stepped up in class, was a big price that day. She finished 6th, and now just going back to what appears to be a logical spot. We talk about it often. When you break your maiden in a claiming race for a certain claiming price tag, usually they're worth about half of what that is. So to break your maiden for 50 and be running for 32 today just makes sense.
Oh, no question about it. Right. Right. I think the point you're making is a very, very good
one.
one.
It's not a suspicious
She's
drop.
not dropping at all.
Right.
In fact, if anything, she's running maybe a little high. Yeah, no, that's a great point, and I think a lot of people miss out on that, they think. And that's why you don't see a lot of maiden claimers getting claimed, because they break that maiden, and they're almost devalued immediately. It's kind of like claiming a horse out of a 3-year-old restricted claiming race late in the year, because if they're running for 50, they're worth a quarter when they can't run against restricted 3- or 4-year-old races going forward. So it's a very valid point. And I'm not going to I wouldn't knock anybody of an opinion here. No one's going to surprise me here. I just think the 2 and 6 at short prices are a little dubious.
Let's meet the rest of the field, though, starting off with the 1, Cassis Rose.
I wanted to make a case for this horse, a horse that was claimed back in January by Jeffrey Englehart, but where is the race that's even close to good enough?
And where's she been? Here's the 2, Cozy Colby.
I gave you my speech on her. She's run figures that look good enough out of town. I think you take it apart, and she may not be very good.
Can Taven do it again?
She's a little bit unreliable, but I think her last race kind of makes her the horse to beat.
3-1 right now for the Michelle Nevin trainee. Next will be New York bred number 4, Spice Dance.
Similar connections to the stake winner that David Duggan had the other day. And it's great to see how well David is doing, but just getting a victory out of this horse may be a great achievement for him.
Here's the 5, Allie's Song, biggest price on the board.
Well, where is her race that makes her even competitive with some others here?
15-1 on this one, looking to turn things around. Here's Miss Bourbon, still your favorite, trying to win off the back of that maiden victory.
And maybe she's the speed of the speed based on her last race. I just can't take her being that field. Necessary and Proper, the 3rd place finisher, did win the nightcap on Sunday.
9-2 now on Your Forever, dropping back down.
Yeah, and she drops now to 4-1 with that. We'll see where she ends up. She's a begrudging pick by me. I don't mind her if she's 4-1. I may even bet a couple dollars on her, but this is a tough race to have an opinion. I just sort of found a hook with Robbie Falcone coming back on the short rest that enabled me to pick her.
You can experience the excitement of the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. Join now and get a $25 free bet and a $200 deposit match just in time for the Derby. It will be here before you know it. Use promo code DERBY25 and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. The number 2, Cozy Colby, now highlighted as your favorite. We'll take a look at her last victory at Laurel. You mentioned the quality of the field that she did face. And look, I mean, she was running against some comparable down at Gulfstream and not able to be too competitive either. And she was well spotted to get the victory this day. The question is she able to bring that to New York?
Yeah. Always a question, right? You've got a horse that hasn't run since she ran at Saratoga one time. Now, to be fair, she ran a 58 Beyer last year as a 2-year-old. The problem is she's not a horse that's gotten better with age. Now, she's run 3 Beyer speed figures in the mid-50s out of town that are all good enough to be a contender here. So maybe I'm being too hard on her, but for me, when I get shippers, I look at who they ran against. And this is not a strong field, but the horses she's been beating, I don't think they would stack up to the field she's racing against today.
Should be forwardly placed as well. We'll see what this horse does. The number 3, Taven, we'll take a look at her last win. She won here at Aqueduct going 7 furlongs, so we'll cut back a little bit to the 6 furlongs today, the distance at which she broke her maiden. And as you mentioned, she was able to get the victory this afternoon with a 59 Beyer speed figure, and she will have to prove herself once again.
Yeah, and while she's moving up in class, in theory, going from a 20,000 claimer to 32, I don't think she's meeting a particularly tougher field. That was not a good field she was in last time, but I don't know who's strong here. And at least she's coming off a win, and I think you'll agree with me that Michelle Nevin is an absolutely terrific trainer. And 4-1 to me seems like an awfully big price on her in this field. They're going very much for the stranger, and I think Cozy Colby's biggest draw is that she's a horse that we're not familiar with around here. And to me, she's just a bad gamble at 2-1. I picked her 3rd. I won't be surprised if she wins this race, but I think at 2-1, she's a bad bet.
Horses are finishing up their warm-ups on track. For more, let's check in again with Richie.
Yeah, guys, I'm all about the 7 Your Forever. I loved what I saw from her in the paddock. I really liked her on the racetrack. She checked all the boxes from a physical perspective. And you know, her first race was good for maiden 40 when she was claimed by Rob Falcone. Came back in a maiden allowance, too tough. Then she won, and that was on a muddy track. She won for 50. Last time, maybe in against a little too tough. Tried to test the waters. I think running for 32 today is just a much more appropriate spot for her. Gets a good outside draw. I just thought there was a lot to like here with the 7 Your Forever.
Richie, thank you. A lot of weight on your Forever 7-2 here on this filly to the outside to see what kind of trip she should get. And you mentioned earlier, Andy, about liking the outside post. What was appealing for that with your Forever?
Because she is the speed, if you use the time form pace projector, which I believe in. I do think inside of the 6 Miss Bourbon, because they were aggressive last time, you'll see them be aggressive again. But because of that, if she's not able to be the main speed, she doesn't get caught down on the inside, she doesn't get forced, it enables the rider, Luis Rivera, who I think has been riding extremely well since losing his bug. You know, whether or not he's going to be able to break in and make it in this Colony, I don't know, but he's riding very well. It gives him options. It enables him to allow the race to come to him as opposed to an inside post. You know, it's funny about Luis Rivera, watching replays of the races, I always watch the Wood Memorial again. And I know you don't ever want to watch it again, and I kind of understand that. If I were you, I wouldn't either. And I don't know they've solidified their rider for Society Man or not. And I understand if you're the connections, Luis Rivera, if you can get him more seasoned jockeys. Kentucky Derby, I totally get it. I might do it myself. I thought he gave him a phenomenal ride in that race. And it's hard to replace him. And, you know, everybody needs to start somewhere. And he's a big price. I totally understand connections. If they can get a higher profile guy, a guy who has experience in the race, you go for it. But, boy, he rode him really well in there.
He's been riding well. He's definitely shown some good qualities in riding against a very tough Colony here. We've not talked much about the horse that for a lot of this time was the favorite, the 6 Miss Bourbon, who broke her maiden last time out. And you mentioned they were aggressive with her in that race and likely will try to do the same again today.
I would think so. I mean, if something works for you, why would you get away from it? And I think one of the reasons that we've seen Dylan sort of improve as a rider recently is that he has become more aggressive. And in doing so, it's really helped him be successful.
9-2 now on Miss Bourbon. The 2, Cozy Colby, 8-5. There she is, daughter of Kozan, back in the Carlos David barn, heading in for race number 6 at Aqueduct. We're sprinting, going 6 furlongs. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Spite stance. Lane Luzzy move forward. Ali Song. Ali's Song is in. Miss Bourbon. And Your Forever. Is in. All set. And they're off. Broken a very even line. Cozy Colby went right out towards the front, but plenty of company. At the rail, here's Kaz Rose is moving on through. And now Kaz Rose and Cozy Colby, they're going to be 1-2. Just off of them, Your Forever is now tracking from third. Is right off the pace setters. To the inside of that rival comes Tavin. That's the leading quartet. Out wider, Miss Bourbon is now in pursuit, is taken 5th, is a challenge 5th. The Spite Stance is trying to hold that spot as well. As they reach less than 4 furlongs to travel, the trailer is Ali's Song. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile, and shrugging them off so far, that was Cozy Colby and Manny Franco there clear. But here comes Miss Bourbon, is just looming up on the outside, is ranging up 3 wide here, is in between horses. It's an all-in Your Forever. These 3, as they approach a quarter mile left to go, Spite Stance is all in as well. They turn for home, and Cozy Colby is now kicked on, is still up by about a length and a half. Miss Bourbon has been traveling well enough, is trying to cut into the margin, but the leader continues to sprint away. It is Cozy Colby, who's now 2.5 lengths clear. Spite Stance from out of the pack is the one chasing inside the final 16th. It's still Cozy Colby who's folding him off. Cozy Colby gets the victory. Spite Stance second, Your Forever, and Ali's Song. And 1 minute 11-4.
Manny Franco with back-to-back wins here at Aqueduct. This one with Cozy Colby, who was forwardly placed at a little pressure early, but she was able to hold on late, Andy.
Yeah, no, I picked her third, as I said, but I didn't really like this horse. And the public was right, and I wasn't right about her. She was 9-5, and she was able to control and get it done. The 6 made that move. She wasn't forward. She made a move. She was bad. And my 7 horse sort of made a little bit of a move, but didn't have enough. And a nice performance by Spite Stance, who outran her odds at 6-1 to be second here. But the public got it right in this one. Coming in from town to town, the new face, Cozy Colby, gets it done.
back-to-back victories for this 3-year-old filly, and she went off at 9-5. As you said, public getting it right. Cozy Colby, the Florida bred, with the victory here, 2-4-7, and a photo for 4th. Back-to-back victories as well for Manny Franco. And it was actually the 5, Allie's Song, at 34-1, who checked in 4th. It looked like the horse that was the favorite early on, the 6, Miss Bourbon, was making a move and looked like she was going to swallow up the leader and win, and then she and Your Forever both kind of flattened out.
At least Your Forever held on and got 3rd in here. I mean, the 6 beat 1 horse, and she made that move, but maybe she's best forward, or maybe she just found the right field last time.
Cozy Colby, though, gets another victory today, 3rd win of her career. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back, and turf season is here. Maybe it doesn't feel like spring outside today, but we promise you the spring is here. In Spirit of St. Louis, a talented New York bred, one of several who will be happy to get back on the grass this weekend in the Dangerous Hour, the first turf stake of the year in New York.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse in the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished 3rd.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have, and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country. Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. I love that shot of Times Square. I used to live right outside Times Square, though. I used to have all the lights out outside my window.
God, I almost never go there. I was down there the other day to meet a friend.
Back in forever.
I mean, I almost never go to Times Square. It's just it's an odd area of the city.
I'm on the east side now, so I avoid it, avoid the crowded areas. Cozy Colby going into the winner's circle in race number 6. Back-to-back victories for Manny Franco.
Yeah, and Manny was aggressive, got the lead, and never relinquished it. An easy win.
And Manny, with 2 wins on the day, he's standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And Manny, back-to-back wins in 2 different styles. You came from off the pace the last race, and this one you put right on the lead. This horse you never rode before. How difficult is it the first time riding a horse that you're not familiar with?
Richie, but I got a chance to work on him in the morning, so I was on her in the morning, so I get a little bit of taste of her, so I just saw his her replays, and I think she's the filly that she needs to be out there, you know, in the first flight, and I take advantage of my break. I won my good, she broke good, and I put her right on the lead, and, you know, the one horse was there, you know, trying to, but I got, you know, I got my filly in control, you know, and she made the lead easy, and then she got it done.
Well, Manny, you've been riding so consistently well for a number of years now. 3 times leading rider for the entire year in New York. How difficult is it to maintain that kind of consistency, and how tired do you get having to do that every day, day after day?
I mean, you kind of get used to it. That's what you do every, for 4 days a week. So you get used to it, and to maintain the consistency, I think it's a teamwork. My agent is doing a great job, John Panagat, and he got me in the right horses, and I just do my part.
Well, you're doing your part so well, and guys, one of the strongest finishers in the whole country, not just this colony, and it's just been fun to watch Manny continue to improve year after year.
Second win of the day and counting here in New York, $5.90 winner with Cozy Colby. This one went off as the favorite in that late pick 5. Follow along. Always great to hear from Manny with Richie's. We turn the page onto the 7th race today. A nice New York bred allowance going 6 furlongs, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. The number 2, Ghostbustin', currently 5-2 on the board for Bruce Levine.
Yeah, but looking at multi-race bets, there's going to be a heavy favorite here. It's the entry. And listen, I think the 1A News League ran extraordinarily well last time. I don't get Athena Beach, and I think a lot of money's going to that horse, too. Not that that horse is impossible. Entries are just bad gambles in general. I'm just surprised to see them be such short prices in here. And Ghostbustin' is a horse that either draws the far outside post or the rail.
She's not had much luck. It's one of the other.
Crazy, right?
One or the other. Yeah, and she has speed and will be drawn inside Athena Beach, who also has speed and is off the layoff. We'll talk a little bit more about this 7th race in a moment, but there's a look at the turf course, the return of turf racing at the Big A, starting on Saturday with 3 turf races, including the Dangers. Owl will preview a little bit of what's coming up after this.
At the back. And Delaware with penalty at the back. Rinaldi is at the front, leads here by almost 3. Analyze it being asked for more. On the outside, Delaware is now kicking in, but there's only a 16th to the finish. It is Rinaldi. Here's Delaware up the challenge on the outside. Rinaldi and Delaware does it. Takes the Dangers Hour.
Delaware winning the 2021 Dangerous Hour, running down Rinaldi. Poor Rinaldi, Andy, he always ran with that early speed and just got nabbed late. What a good race.
Oh, and Rinaldi was good. Rinaldi was very, very good and fast as well. Delaware is coming off a tough trip, and Manny gave him a brilliant ride. You see, he's the 8-horse. He broke from the outside, and Manny managed to get him to the rail and covered up at the first turn. And when he pulled him out, as you can see in that replay, he had a great burst in there. I think I was standing about 2 feet to the left after that.
6 feet
Very
away.
excited.
Yeah, everybody's wearing masks. You had to be 6 feet away.
You're right, 6 feet. Sorry. Thank you for correcting me. I appreciate that.
That brings back a little PTSD, seeing everybody in masks.
I know. I'm watching that, remembering, because I remember I was on early and I watched that. I liked Delaware, and I watched the race with Chad, and I remember talking to Manny before and after the race. And I can remember being right there. And it's rare you see a replay with a horse just getting up. Usually, you bet the second horse.
Usually it brings back some bad memories with that. Well, Chad Brown has plenty of chances to win this year's Dangerous Hour. There'll be the first turf stake of the year here in New York. So excited to have turf racing back, and 3 really, really good turf races carded for Saturday, overfilled in the other races on the card as well. But here's a look at the field for the Dangerous Hour, 1 mile on the turf for 4-year-olds and older. We'll start with Spirit of St. Louis, now a 5-year-old, a horse from that beautiful Chester Mary Broman Concord Kid family, and a horse that got very good last year as a 4-year-old, Andy, winning the Mohawk, winning the Ashley T. Cole, and just some nice performances.
He was a horse originally Peter Brandt had and ended up being sold, and the connections, including Michael Dubb, have done very well with him. You know, I'll tell you something. I'd like to see this horse on the dirt again, because he ran a 90 Beyer, I think, in his second career start in the dirt, and I think a high number first time out as well.
Beat Olympic Dreams that day.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that he isn't a talented dirt horse as well. He's been very good in the turf. They haven't made a mistake running on the surface. It'll be interesting to see what he does here. He's unquestionably the horse to beat. I think the Chad Brown horse that's the one with its least accomplished in here, Equitize, is going to run better than perhaps his PP suggests, but I have no argument this one's the one to beat.
Manny Franco's getting a lot of love on the show here, too. There he is in the winner's circle with Spirit of St. Louis after the Mohawk in October. We have not seen Spirit of St. Louis, of course. With that pedigree, he is half to Bar of Gold, so there's pedigree for turf and dirt in that family. The number 1, Mason, though, this one has a little bit more recency. Ran once at Gulfstream over the winter, finishing 4th behind Ice Chocolat, who's a very talented horse as well. Very headstrong and hard to handle, not being forward that day.
You see him in those Juddmonte Silks, and they wanted to rate him here, and he resented it. And it doesn't just go away. And it's Flavien Prat, I believe. And when Flavien has trouble getting horse to settle, it's a problem. I don't like this horse. I think he came here with a lot of hype. He didn't live up to it when he first came here. He did have that win in the poker, I want to say. I don't even think he ran that well that day. And I'll tell you, more importantly, okay, he finally gets him to settle. This is one of these races, at least in my opinion, on paper looks okay. He was 4th, beaten what, a couple lengths? Yeah. Watch him. He never really threatened. To me, this is one of these running lines that's just completely phony, because he got him to settle, and then he set a perfect trip 4th with cover. I mean, what more could you want? I guess staying on the rail and having the Red Sea open up, but he angles out. He basically makes the lead here, and look at him. He just has no finish. I'm not a fan of this guy. I think that Chad Brown has just gotten the best out of him, and the best to me may be yet to come for his other 2 horses. Spirit of St. Louis, who hasn't been lightly raced and has run well. I think Equitize has some upside. I've seen enough of Mason. He wins, I lose.
That's not the only talented horses that we'll see in that race, though. Pioneering Spirit went on an absolute tear last summer in Saratoga when Linda Rice claimed him and then switched him to the turf. Now, this is a horse that, when he switched to the turf, found a whole nother level. He even ran 3rd in the Sword Dancer, won the Bernard Baruch off a week's turnaround. And maybe, yes, things tailed off towards the end of the season. He's fresh now. I'm curious to see what he does coming back.
Yeah, can he catch lightning in a bottle again? Can he get that magic back? And this is a great claim by Linda. Great job. A $40,000 maiden claimer that really turned his life around. He was kind of the voodoo song of his year.
That's a good way to put it.
Linda had that great year with him in Saratoga, those 4 wins. In fact, there's a half to voodoo song making his debut on the first turf race, the number 3 horse for Horacio de Paz. We'll see what he gets coming back. He's a cool horse.
That was over Bring Me a Check that day. Bring Me a Check to the outside for Pat Reynolds as well. There is Pioneering Spirit posing outside of Linda Rice's barn. Very cool horse who, like I said, went on an absolute tear last summer. See what he can do coming back in the first start of his 5-year-old season after finishing 4th in the Artie Schiller. We have not seen him since November, but it's just so great to have turf racing back. And we're up here on the 3rd floor in Equestrius, and you can see it behind us. The turf looks fantastic.
It really does. And as we've talked about before, we gave it a few extra weeks this year with the fact that normally we'd be going to Belmont next week.
Right.
Maybe the week after, and we'd run for 3 weeks in the turf here. And then when we come back, we run for 5, maybe 6 weeks. But now we're going to be running on the turf until the end of May.
Yeah.
Then we'll come back from Saratoga for another month. Then we'll come back from Saratoga and get 3 more months into it. You don't want to beat it up too much. The other thing is it's just growing in. The last thing you need to do is beat it up when it's just growing in. So we gave it a little extra time, and that'll benefit as the year goes on.
The Dangers Hour first turf stake of the year in New York coming up on Saturday. Back here to today, horses in the paddock for race number 7, this New York bred allowance. There is one part of the entry, Athena Beach, first start of the year for her. Let's head down, get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, I really like Athena Beach. You know, she's coming off the layoff, but she looks extremely fit here, just making a nice impression. I like the way the tempo of the workouts picked up as she got closer to the race. She had a couple of 5 furlong works, a very sharp half out of the gate, and this is a horse that has shown a lot of ability, and I don't think the layoff is going to be an issue. I just see a very fit horse coming into this. The 1A also making a nice impression here. If I'm saying this right, Newsley, it looks also very sharp. Now, they both have some speed. I wonder, you know, which one is going to defer to the other. Obviously not, you know, efficient using an entry that's going to, you know, hamper each other or, you know, press each other. So I'm sure one will defer to the other. The 6 horse Easy Play. Wow. I mean, this horse, I don't really particularly like this horse on paper, but from a physical perspective, I am just taken by the 6 Easy Play. Could not look any better. Extremely well turned out. And the 7 Moley for Dave Duggan also looks very sharp. I think Dave would like to get a little bit more of a stalking trip. Maybe she got just a little bit too involved in a very hot pace last time. But this 5-year-old mare by Practical Joke could not look any better. Dave Duggan does good work. We talk about it often. And his horses, the way they look in the paddock, belies that fact that his horses come here prepared and very healthy.
Yeah, Richie, you're absolutely right. Sunday Girl on Sunday as well. We're in the New York Stallion Series Park Avenue division for Dave Duggan. She's now 2 for 2.
Yeah, no, she was terrific and a very impressive win over the weekend. You know, getting back to Athena Beach, I think she's the weaker half of the entry, and she may be the one taking more of the money. And don't get disillusioned. You're not getting anywhere close to that 3-1 by post time. They are a gigantic. Now, maybe the pick 3 is an aberrant payout, but they are this double. Yeah, you're going to be lucky to get 2-1, and they're a substantial favorite in the double here, less than half the price of anybody else. The trainer, off of 5 to 9 months layoffs, and she has been off for exactly, 7 months, a little over. 0 for 9 with only 3 hitting the board. They were all sprints. 5 of them were short prices. I don't trust them coming back, and she's got to run every bit of her best race to get it done. And I also think there are faster horses in here. Now, Newsley, her entry mate, to me, she ran it remarkably well last time. You didn't want to be towards the inside. She was down inside. She ended up drifting a little bit off. The winner got a perfect trip to beat her, and she came back and improved 2 buyer points off of that race. I thought she ran extremely well. I mean, you look at her, she was dueling with Ghostbustin'. She beat Ghostbustin' by a couple of lengths in there. That was a very good effort. She draws well on the outside. The problem with her is you're saddled. If you're me as a gambler, I'm not saying the 1 can't win. Yep. I don't like her. I like the 1A. I don't want the 1. I think I might get 5-1 or so if I was just betting Newsley. So I can't take her in here. Keisha, I'm very interested in the 3 Chasing Daylight, who I don't think likes a sealed racetrack. And I also thought her last race was a good one. That was a wicked fast pace. She was in front of the heavy, what was she, 1 or 2 to 5 favorite, Spiteful Lady, who comes off that 95 buyer in her debut. She dueled with that, was ahead of that one. And so she fell apart. Big surprise in there, being so forward. The time before that, she was chasing down inside another sloppy sealed track. I think you go past the fast track. She's got races fast enough enough to win. She cuts back in distance. I think there's an awful lot to like about Chasing Daylight, and here is a big price.
She's intriguing. She cuts back in distance as well for Rudy Rodriguez. And as you said, given the pace scenarios, and see what she can do going shorter, getting a nice price on her as well at 7-1, the 3 Chasing Daylight. And as you pointed out, there's the 1A Newsley, as we'll take a look at her last race. The problem is that, yes, she ran a huge race this day. She was 24-1, and now you're going to have to take a much shorter price because, A, she's part of the entry, and maybe it was a last time was the time.
The name of the game isn't picking winners. The name of the game is trying to find value. And while she drifts the 2-path here, the rider's trying to get out. She's drifting in, and she's also maybe a bit of a lugging horse who draws an outside post. But you're saddled with the 1, and I'm not saying the 1 can't win. I'm sure there's people out there that like the 1, and she may win the race. I don't particularly like her, but so what? I like the 1A, and she's probably 5-1 or so on her own. So I can't bet her at less than half that. I can't do that. You have to be able to get value. It doesn't matter. If you're betting on horses that are supposed to be 5-1 at 2-1, you're going to lose a lot over time. You can't buy commodities. You can't go in and buy horses that should be selling for $200,000 for $500,000. You'll go broke fast doing that. You can't buy anything for more than it's worth. Yeah. And that's the key, and that's the problem with entries. They're terrible for bettors. And that's why that rule needs to be changed. It's bad. We're big boys and girls. We know who we like, and we're all used to losing. But we want to get paid when we win, and that's what the name of the game is in horse racing.
The fact of the matter is, anybody in horse racing, if you're winning a 20% clip, means you're doing pretty well, which means you're losing 80% of the time.
Yeah, it's as I said, somebody was talking to me the other day in Saratoga. I was upstate, and I said something about being wrong, and I said, oh, I'm very comfortable being wrong. I'm wrong for a living. I mean...
You have to be comfortable with it, though. That goes for being a jockey, a trainer, as an owner. You have to be comfortable with it in this game because it's just part of it.
And that's why, especially if you're an owner or a trainer, you have to celebrate the wins.
Of course.
Really appreciate the big wins because there aren't going to be nearly as many of them as there are going to be tough losses. And so when you get those wins, when things work out, it needs to be celebrated.
3-1 co-favorites now, 3 horses on board, or 3 betting interests, I should say, at 3-1. We'll meet the entire field, starting off with the layoff part of the entry. Here is the 1 Athena Beach. First starts in September.
My other problem with her is that her good races, her faster figs, are at Penn National, and those figures were not duplicated in Saratoga.
Here's Newsley, ran so well last time out.
Yeah, no, I think ran very well, and I believe it's the horse to beat, just a bad value.
Ghostbustin' off for a big warm-up.
She's going to have to get involved in what's probably a pretty quick pace, and she's been a real overachiever for Roddy Valenti, but under the gun again today.
There's the number 3, Chasing Daylight.
I made my case for her. I think she makes a lot of sense, as does this horse.
Maravilloso, we haven't got to her yet. She's intriguing.
She's been in great form, and she's coming out of a race that collapsed, and I thought she ran extremely well in there. I like her chances in here.
Foxy Cara, the number 5.
Boy, she's taking an awful lot of money, all things considered. She was picking up pieces last time. She's going to need a collapse. I think she's an underlay.
Easy Play, 11-1.
Well, she's Andy off. I give up on her after her last race. I've just given her chances, and she was best when forward, so that puts her in a position where she's only going to be part of the pace.
Here is Mooley.
Yeah, she at times has run well for Dave Duggan.
Finished well 2 starts back. Can she run back to that at all with a 75 buyer speed figure, though that does appear to be a bit of an outlier, that race?
Yeah, it's hard to really trust her overall, but at 3-1, she can beat me, but I can understand why she has some fans in this race.
Let's talk about Maravilloso, the number 4, 8-1, a generous price right now. As you mentioned, since switching to Jimmy Ferraro's barn, she's been in great form. She's been very consistent. This is her race 2 back when she won in March.
I agree, and I know that, she's probably meeting some tougher horses here, but her figures stack up, and she really ran well last time. And when you consider how that race sort of collapsed, she did well to hang on for 3rd. And as you said, this is her race 3 race back. She was also 2 race back. She was also coming back in 2 weeks. Now she's had a little more time since the last race. I just think she's a horse that's 8-1 right now that makes some sense. I fooled around. I bet the 3 to win. I boxed a little 3-4, and I have no problem with the entry being the ones to beat, but I don't like the 1. I like the 1A, and they're bad value, so I'm staying away from them as they drop down to 2-1 now.
Maravilloso will be ridden by 10-pound apprentice Francis. No, will not.
No, I think
there was a rider change.
Ruiz is riding. I think he's off both of his mounts.
Excuse me. Sorry.
That's the first time you've been wrong in a long time, Acacia.
How dare I?
No, you were on a great run there for a while. That's it for you.
So
Get out of here.
You know what? Let's get on. Let's hear from Meg. Richie, help us out.
Well, interestingly enough, I liked Maravilloso a little bit more when she was being ridden by a 10-pound apprentice, just because then she was in receipt of anywhere from 10 to 12 pounds from all of her rivals. And I start believing more in weight when there is a bigger spread. Now, get a more experienced rider in Alicia Ruiz, but you're only getting that 5 to 7 pound spread in the weights, which I think is less substantial, obviously. But I think that she's way too big a price at 8 to 1. And she makes a lot of sense here. I thought she should be half that price, and she looks fine warming up. I thought she made a nicer impression on the racetrack than she did in the paddock. Ultimately, I landed on the 7, Molly. I just think last time maybe she got involved too hot a pace. And I think she gets more of a stalking kind of trip. She really looks good in the flesh, and everybody knows I am a big David Duggan fan.
All right, Richie, thank you. 2 to 1 now on the entry for the 7th race today. 3 to 1 on the number 7, Mooley, for Dave Duggan, whose barn has been going well with a limited number of starters as well.
Yeah, no, listen, Dave Duggan is one of these trainers, if you're paying attention, his horses show up and run well. He's finally started to get some chances. Yeah. I think draft had helped him get some owners. The success he had with him, and he's been doing extremely well with them. But taking this horse's form apart, and she could win. I'm not. Sure. I wouldn't bet her, but I don't think she's impossible. I picked her 4th for whatever that's worth. Her last race, okay, she was stalking Ghost Bustin'. Well, Ghost Bustin' easily beat her. Why is it going to be different this time? The time before that, she had a perfect trip and beat Will Be Famous. With all due respect, Will Be Famous is just a horse that mostly finds horses to run her down. She got a good trip that day. Time before that, she was no factor. And the only good figure is that race 2 back on a good track. And I think that number is a little tough to swallow overall, and I just don't know that she's good enough. To me, she's a bit of an underlay. I don't see why she's more likely to win this race than the horse I like, Chasing Daylight, who at times has run figures as fast, and I can make legitimate excuses for her in recent races.
Race back in December.
Yeah, no, I think that Chasing Daylight is a great bet at 7 to 1. I don't love her, but I think her odds are very generous. I thought that the morning line of 8 to 1, I really never thought I'd get anywhere near to that. Yeah. And in fact, it was extremely accurate.
Getting a pretty generous price. That's a look at the 5, Foxy Cara, who we haven't touched on much. It took her a long time to break her maiden. She finally did, and then her first start against winners last time out was in that race where Ghost Bustin' had finished 3rd.
I think she's a preposterous bet at 9 to 2 in this race. For her to win here, you need an absolute collapse.
Yeah. She wants there to be a very hot pace.
And maybe she'll get one. Maybe she will get that pace. And I guess if that happens, then she has a chance to win. But I don't think she's as good as Maraviglioso, who's not going to be on the lead in this race, given the way the race sets up. So why would I want her at 9 to 2 when Miraviglioso's out there at 9 to 1?
Yeah.
So she might pick up a piece here. I think she's just an underlay at 9 to 2. Maybe people are betting, is that Javier's riding, right?
Maybe so. Javier going to be back aboard. He's ridden this filly a few times before. There they are, approaching the starting gate, 8 to 5 on the entry, as Andy predicted, and all about finding value. Both Richie and Andy making some cases for some alternatives to that favored entry.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out. Once again, I like the 1A, but not at that price. So the 1A wins, I'm going to lose. I think I don't know for sure that the 1 is the one taking all the money, but at the very least, I think she'd be 7 to 2 or 4 to 1, the 1A on her own. And at that price, I can play her, but not at this price. And if the 1 gets it, I never liked her anyway.
New York bets in the spotlight coming up for the 7th. Chris Griffin has the call.
Newtsley to the outside. Jomar Torres goes in. All set. And they're off. Ghost Bustin's got early speed, has got company from Athena Beach towards the outside, and Newsley's going to join that early fray as well. They are lined up across the racetrack, muscling on through. Chasing Daylight wants a piece of the early action now. 3 across the racetrack, and they move quickly early. Athena Beach is now back to 4th. There's Easy Play, who's tracking from 5th. Metabiglioso is back there with Mowley, and the trailer is Foxy Cara. Now 2 up top as Ghost Bustin is back to 3rd. 22.37 for that pressured opening quarter mile. Newsley is now ahead in front. Chasing Daylight is trying to keep up towards the inside. Ghost Bustin got off that early heat, is back for more here, and Ghost Bustin is back to within 2 of the leaders. In behind that, it's Athena Beach. Easy Plays looking for a way out. Then comes Mowley with a wide rally. Metabiglioso needs some room, is 5 lengths off the leader, Newsley, who's getting away. It's Newsley who's trying to fend them all off, and Newsley now sprints for home. Ghost Bustin in full pursuit. Here up on the grandstand side, Foxy Cara was far, far back, was last, has a ton of momentum. It's Newsley who's in front. Athena Beach and an oncoming Foxy Cara with every stride. Can Newsley hold on? Can Athena Beach now get up? Athena Beach will do it. Athena Beach over that photo between Newsley to the inside and Foxy Cara. An Easy Play in 1 minute 10 and 4.
And it is the one Athena Beach off the layoff. She's able to hold off a late running Foxy Cara, who Andy did get pace to run at.
She did. And this horse got a fabulous ride to win this race and a very fortunate trip. The 1A was an hour the best here. I, for the life of me, have no idea what Jose Gomez was doing on Chasing Daylight. He had to be riding to instructions to be in an all-out drive to go 22.37. Now, she wasn't winning anyway, because if she didn't do that, then Newsley would have won this race. He must have been riding to instructions, because that was a crazy ride. Yes, the half the entry that I liked, that I did not like, won the race. But the 1A ran a tremendous race. She actually held on for second. What a race Newsley ran to lose this race.
She ran tremendous.
Look where the 3 finished.
She did hold on for second.
Look where 3 finished. We didn't even see her. She was beating 15, 20 lengths.
Huge effort from
Ghost
Newsley.
Bustin couldn't even keep up with the pace. That's how fast they were going. I mean,
it was 1-1A 5-6, and Julio Hernandez with a terrific ride on the 1 Athena Beach. But hats off to Newsley for being the last lady standing, so to speak, with that pace stool. She was out there duking it out on the front end, and she stuck around at the end as well. Another big effort from that filly. But Athena Beach, the entry runs 1-2. First start of the 4-year-old season for this daughter of Bank Heist. Gets the job done. Prices and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
200 right there. 1,200,000. 2550. Mitchell 550,000.
And now 500 and 500,000. Thank you.
450. 75. 475,000.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, and this Winner's Circle lead-in is brought to you by Fasig-Tipton's industry-leading selected yearling sales. The July sale, the Saratoga sale, and New York bred yearling sale all taking place this summer. Nominate your yearlings today at FasigTipton.com. Athena Beach, first start of her 4-year-old season, gets the job done. Great ride by Julio Hernandez. She was in the right spot and finishes best off the layoff.
Yeah, I mean, she just got about as good a trip as a horse can get, saving ground inside a wicked pace. 22:37, you know, you go back and compare that first fraction to the other fractions today, you'll realize how fast it was. And you can even see basically Chasing Daylight is being eased at this point down on the rail. I mean, Newsley, her entry mate, ran a remarkable race as the race was just completely falling apart. That was some effort by her, and she had her entry mate to save her. And Athena Beach got it done, but anybody that doesn't think that Newsley ran the best race here wasn't paying attention.
Late closing Foxy Cara checking in third. Take a look at the late pick 5 follow along, another favorite in the sequence with Athena Beach getting the victory for the entry. Just one more to go. Race number 8 to wrap up the day. And it's a good one. This is a fun way to end the card as well.
This is a sensational race. And there's a horse, Verasana, who, you know, she may take some pace pressure with Majestic Return in here, to a lesser extent Fancy Azteca, but her maiden win was tremendous in California. Not only did she win by 9 lengths and run an 89 Beyer, but horses out of that race are even better than that figure suggests. It was not a big speed track at all that day. Now, her trainer, Peter Urton, who we're not that familiar with, we don't see it often. We only really know some of us because of his daughter, Brittany. He must say, I'm Brittany's dad. Of course, won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile a number of years ago, but very good trainer coming in from California for this race. And this is a kind of horse that could really be a stakes runner.
Very intriguing to see her showing up here in her first start of her 4-year-old season. She was fast and she was good in that race. Nearly a year ago, though, April of 2023, out at Santa Anita. Verasana. We'll talk a little bit more about her and the rest of the field when we come back. And still going down in Ocala, the OBS April 2-year-old in training sale. About one more day and a little change to go. We'll talk a little bit about some of the exciting sales toppers so far when we come back.
Sell to us, so we
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Acacia Clement, Andy Sterling, and Richard Migliori. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. As we mentioned before the break, the OBS April 2-year-old in training sale continuing down in Ocala, Florida. Tomorrow, Friday, will be the final day of the sale. About 1,200 horses cataloged. And Andy, these sales are a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, you can say that again. And I think was it 2,000 horses were listed?
1,200.
1,200, okay.
Yep.
And listen, it's really the last big sale of the 2-year-old season, at least on the East Coast, and a lot of interest and a lot of money being spent as well.
We heard a little bit earlier from Tom McCrocklin, consigner of the Tiz the Law filly, who's been the sales topper so far, $1.9 million for that very talented filly. And taking a look at a couple of the others, hip number 371, the American Pharaoh colt out of More Roses, the dam a sister to Merneath, who was also consigned by Demerick Sales. I got a chance over at OBS this week to catch up with Tristan Demerick about this impressive colt.
He had tons of quality, that horse. Ever since day one, he was just an easy horse to get along with, tons of ability. I mean, the horse always covered a ton of ground and had the mind. You know, you can't put a price on the mind. Yeah.
A lovely pedigree as well that you're familiar with, the dam a sister to Merneath, who went through your consignment.
Yeah, she was a very nice American Pharaoh filly, and yeah, same family. She was out of Vladimir Roses, and she turned out to be a very nice filly on the track, Grade 2 winner. I wouldn't be surprised to see a bright future for this horse. I mean, he's done everything right in our program. We're happy to have had him.
You always have a really strong consignment, and it seems buyers really pointing to this April sale at OBS. Why is it a good sale for you to sell at?
As a 2-year-old consignor, this is our Keeneland September. This is where we bring most of our top horses to this sale. There's a deeper pool of buyers, so you can kind of move almost anything here, and it's always been a good sale to us. So we've pointed a lot of our best horses here in the years past.
And Demerick Sales does a terrific job consigning horses, particularly in these OBS sales. And this colt purchased by Donato Lani for Frank Fletcher Racing Stable. I had a little bit of trouble there. I'm sorry, Frank, for $925,000. He was an impressive colt. And Andy, also we talk a lot about New York breds. We're going to hear in a moment about a couple of exciting New York breds, but there's a big variety in these sales as well.
Yeah, I was excited to see Separation of Powers foal, who I saw sell at Saratoga. You thought she sold for around $150 in Saratoga. I thought it was a little more, but yeah, I rely on you. She didn't sell for a lot. Of course, Separation of Powers went into the Frizette, a very, very, very good horse a number of years ago, and it's her first foal, and that's a lot of money.
Yeah, just shy for $1 million. That Into Mischief, who was very impressive. But speaking of New York breds, everybody is familiar with the Chester and Mary Broman program. If you have watched New York breds racing at all, and they have a couple of homebreds going through the ring at OBS April, always consigned by Sequel Thoroughbreds. I got a chance to catch up with Sequel's Becky Thomas about some exciting prospects, including Hip 411 of Acoma, who sold for $800,000.
He was one that all year long, just watching him, he moved like a, that whole leggy supermodel look. He moved through his shoulders like no other. He was just a fan favorite for us at the barn, but here, just his walk really sold him. I mean, obviously his time was really good, but the way that he did it is what sells those kind of horses for that kind of money.
And New York bred, homebred for Mr. Broman. As you mentioned, the Bromans have had such a long history in the New York breeding program and still with such quality horses on the ground.
Yeah, he's like my hero, and he just keeps going on. We're still buying green bananas, so we're really happy. But his broodmare band just continues to grow with the quality that he has, and so as long as he's having fun, I get to have fun.
And selling on Friday, another Broman homebred Hip 972 quality road colt, and out of Bar of Gold, that family that has been so prolific on the racetrack.
This colt, big, tall, leggy, stretchy, again a 10 flat horse out in 20 and 2, just a really classy, but a lot of stretch. You see a lot of quality road, and you see a lot of Medaglia. The mare's by Medaglia, and just a class individual.
And hip number 972 coming up, Quality Road Colt out of Bar of Gold. And we were just talking about this family. Of course, Bar of Gold, the sister to Spirit of St. Louis. This one being a half to coinage. Everything from this family seems to run, Andy.
No, I agree. Well, it's a terrific family. And Bar of Gold, who she's best known for winning the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, perhaps, but she actually ran very fast when she ran the turf. And as a family can handle the dirt, but I think it's more of a turf influence when you go through the foals.
That Quality Road, we saw that 10 flat work. A New York bred will sell tomorrow on Friday for Sequel Thoroughbreds. And it was great to see Mr. Broman was at the sale as well, and getting a chance to see some of his exciting prospects go through the sales ring. What a tremendous breeding program they've created.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting to people, it's obssales.com if you want to go to their site. It's a terrific site. You can watch all the replays of the horses' workouts, and a lot of those horses will be running, whether it's at Belmont, or not Belmont, at Aqueduct, of course, Saratoga as well, and it's never a bad thing. A little more information can't hurt.
You can take a look at the full pedigree page as well. Horses in the paddock for the 8th race. 6 furlongs on the main track. The Thursday finale from Aqueduct coming up. First start in about a year for that filly. Asset Purchase for Chad Brown. More when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Flightline is in full flight.
Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off. Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the NYRA circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit NYRA.com/NYbreds for more info.
Zandon's Poetry in Motion, big horse, but light on his feet. And he's always showed up and been consistent and been right there with some of the top horses in training. In the Bluegrass Stakes, he showed his determination and his raw ability.
It's over. Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
I feel breeders will be really blown away by what a striking, outstanding looking horse he is.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for joining us. We have one more race to go, and it's not an easy get-out race. This one is a very competitive and fun race, an allowance race for fillies and mares 3 and up, 6 furlongs on the main track. And you have 2, Andy, very talented fillies that we haven't seen since April of last year. It's funny, it's kind of a similar situation for both. There's one of them, Verasana, who's only had 2 starts, both of them at Santa Anita.
Yeah, and if she runs her race, she's going to win this race in all likelihood. And she's also probably going to be 6-5 or so by post time. I don't care what price she is now. And she probably should be. She was brilliant that day. She really was. You look at the horse in the race, and third place finisher who ended up being very good in the grass. She ran an 80 buyer in her prior race to that, and then ran a 58 here. I think the fourth horse improved 17 buyer points. I found some stats, though, in Peter Urton. Coming back off a 250-plus day layoff, he's just 1 for 23 overall, and he's 0 for 12 in sprints with 6 hitting the board. So it is the case that a lot of times his horses need a race off a layoff, and she draws inside, and she can take pressure in this race. Perhaps from Fancy Anteca, you certainly think Majestic Return is going to be forward in here. Having said that, I don't think he ran that many horses in the sample that looked like this horse. And it wasn't a big speed track. She didn't take advantage of a bias. It was a very fair racetrack. This was a brilliant performance, and don't be fooled by her 3-1. She's going to be a lot shorter by post time.
We'll see what she does. Fun to have her here. It adds an interesting layer to this race. For more, let's head down, get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Acacia, just how interesting it is. You know, Peter Eurton having an entrant in New York, a mainstay in California for many years. This is a really solid daughter of Lord Nelson. You could see, I mean, she built like a sprinter, looks like a sprinter. You know, last time, you know, a year ago, basically, last April, she was 6 of 6, and even though she has a lot of natural speed, she was able to kind of float to the lead, even though she was quick. The first 16 of the mile, she was under no pressure. She was able to kind of assume the lead, and maybe she'll do the very same thing from the inside, but usually you're under a lot more pressure, and I've always been of the opinion that it's a lot harder on speed types to win off the layoff because they run the whole race, and basically from the inside she's committed to that. I do think she could look just a touch more tucked up. She's carrying a little bit more weight. Now I don't have a reference point, and maybe that's her, but she definitely gives the impression that she will be better for a race under her belt and will just tighten up a bit more. The two, Fancy Azteca, just can't believe how dappled out she is. I mean, she looks like she's coming out of someplace warm. I mean, she's got like that Florida tan going on. And she's a filly that's got a lot of white chrome, a lot of white markings on her, but just really dappled out, looks great from a physical perspective. The 5-horse Majestic Return, I think she adds a lot of pace to this affair, and she looks terrific. Michelle Giangiulio does a really good job. Last time going 7/8 in the Broadway, just kind of threw in a clunker, if you will, but she gets back to 6 furlongs. Her record here at Aqueduct is good with 3 wins. I thought she was very interesting, depending on how involved she gets with the 1. And then the 7, Asset Purchase. You know, it's a Chad Brown horse coming off a layoff. That seems to be negligible. It doesn't seem like it matters that much. Chad Brown runners off the layoff. Now, she did stretch out to a mile. It was second in the Busher. But looking at her, I think 6 furlongs really suits her well. She broke her maiden going 6.5 first time. She looks more like a sprinter. That shorter coupled, stronger shoulder and hind end on her. Looks fantastic as well, you know, for a horse that has been training up here steadily over the last few months.
Well, you know, as far as Asset Purchase, I think she's very dangerous in here. Now, she's going to have trouble being the 1 if the 1 runs her race, but in her debut, she was very impressive winning. Then she ran in this race, tried to go a mile in the Busher in her next start. And she looked like a winner here. It was a tough pace. I mean, look at the horse who was involved in the pace with her. That's the 9 Zioretti. Well, she had coming off a huge maiden win, and she just completely backed up. She just came to a stop in the last 1/8 of a mile in this race. She couldn't get the distance, but the horse beating her is Sheeta Booty. And Sheeta Booty came back and won the distaff off a layoff. Yeah, fortunate trip to do it, but she still beat some pretty good horses. And then last time out, she was dueling on a dead rail. So she actually ran pretty well and lost to a horse in a race that completely fell apart. Sterling Silver won. She won the Gallant Bloom later in the year, and she's a stakes horse. She finished first. Chad Brown, for what it's worth, 250-plus day layoffs on the dirt, comparing these to the numbers we talked about with Peter Eurton. Overall, he's 32 for 99, so he's 32% with a $2.03 ROI. That's for Chad Brown. In sprints, he's 17 for 53, 32%, and 237. I think a lot of people think of Chad Brown. They think, oh, he's better longer. He's actually done a little better. Maybe he has the same percentage, but maybe the prices are bigger because a lot of people think of more as longer horses, and his longer ones are shorter. So this barn does very well in these spots. And when she won her debut, she showed the ability to rate. And she's not winning this race getting involved with the 1. Having said all of that, and I like her chances today, if Verasana runs back to her last race, any semblance of it, I just don't think Asset Purchase is good enough to win. So she's going to need that one to just not run her race.
That was a very impressive performance from Verasana. There she is. Good looking filly by Lord Nelson. Interesting pedigree on this one. You would think, looking at it with the arch on the bottom side, to be a little bit more turf, but both of the siblings were dirt sprinters, as is she so far, it seems, and she was a generous price winning that day. But yeah, very intriguing to see her show up here in New York as well. The 7 Asset Purchase also making a layoff jump here. As they start to head out from the paddock, we'll get a chance to meet the field for this 8th and final race in the card, wrapping up the day in style, starting things off with a filly we've talked about quite a bit, Verasana.
She's a very exciting horse and a good performance here, and we could easily see her heading towards stakes going forward. That's how good she could be.
Here's Fancy Azteca, one we're well familiar with in these parts.
She ran poorly last time. She needs to bounce back from that effort. She's best forward, and there is a lot of speed in here.
How about my girl Jal? She's been on a roll.
She's been in great form, no doubt about it, but she is meeting a whole new bunch of tigers.
Kitten's Appeal, blinkers off.
She just has not been able to get back to the good form she had last year.
She's 11-1 right now on the board. There's Majestic Return coming out of the Broadway.
Yeah, and obviously things fell apart last time in a tougher spot, and she had been in very good form, but that big Fig 2 back was at 2-5 against an overmatched small field.
Here's the 6, Obrigada.
Can she improve off her return last time where she did no running? She has a couple of figs. Give her a chance to get a piece.
She's second off the layoff. There is Asset Purchase, the Chad Brown filly.
I'm going to take her to upset the favorite, but she's going to need the favorite not to run her last race, even if she takes a step forward.
Here is a big price, number 8, Collect Dat.
Yeah, she's a little hard to make on paper coming off a win against inferior rivals.
A little bit keen out there as well. Another layoff runner. Here's Ziarati.
Yeah, this horse was very impressive breaking her maiden first time out and has just failed to live up to those races. She must be working well. She was taking some early money. Rob Falcone, not a lot of chances off these kind of layoffs. I looked up 3 to 5 to 7, 9 months, and he's just 1 for 7, 0 for 5 in sprints, 3 of them at short prices. Somewhere in there is some ability. She draws well on the outside. Is she going to show it, though?
Yeah, let's see if she can run back to that early race, which was very impressive with an 83 Beyer speed figure over Promise Her America, who was very good as an early 3-year-old. Intriguing field, as mentioned, to wrap up the day. The number 1, Virasana, 2-1 now as your favorite. And she was some generous prices in her first 2 starts out in California as well. And we often talk about it, you know, with horses that come from the West Coast over here. The California speed, bringing that here to a spot in New York where you sometimes don't see the aggressive speeds really develop. This is a different type of speed.
This is a very, very fast horse with a clean break. I think the 2 and 5 have the speed to be forward with her, but they're going to have a tough time. And, you know, looking up her last race, I was thinking, you know, I'm going to look it up. Were those horses really that good? Was it a track that speed was winning all day? It's not the case. It's just the field was very good, and speed was not an advantage on that card. So she did this legitimately. I mean, that was a fast race, an 89 Beyer, Timeform US. Went along with the figure completely, thought it was a very fast race, and she might be too good for these. It is a barn that just sometimes they need a race. It is hard to believe that they shipped across the country for this race, and she's not ready to go.
Yeah, we'll see what she can do in this group. For more, let's check in trackside with Richie.
Yeah, just getting back to the 1, and you know, listen, Peter Eurton is a terrific horseman. He got a guy who knows how to win. Looking at her, and again, with nothing to compare it to, I do think she'll be better with a race under her belt. I think she'll just tuck up a bit more. You know, these tracks are a little bit different than the California tracks, too. Our tracks tend to be a little bit, you know, more tiring, where they kind of bounce over the top of the ground more in California. Maybe she's just good enough and she'll win anyway, but I do think she'll improve with the race. The 7-horse Asset Purchase, she'll be my top selection. I think she's going to get the right trip. I think she finds herself a couple lengths off of a contested pace, and you know, she's a filly that's already shown ability, and I like the turn back for her. I think that you're looking at her from a physical perspective, she's going to appreciate the 6 furlongs. She again is my top selection. And the 9-horse, who did not catch my eye so much in the paddock, Ziarati, but really liked what I saw for her on the warm-up. And it seems like lately, more often when I look at a horse and go, man, I really like the way this horse has turned out, it's been a Rob Falcone runner. You know, she's quick, but also not forced into the race from the outside. Maybe she trips out a little bit with Hall of Famer Javier Castellano.
Richie, thank you. First start off the layoff, has not run since September. Ziarati in the Rob Falcone barn. And the question is, Andy, can she run back to that first race? And you mentioned that in Timeform figures, and it is fun sometimes to compare and can be useful, it was not as high as that 83 Beyer speed figure.
No, Beyer had her much faster than Timeform did, and in return, she hasn't run as well, so it makes you think a little bit. But she did run her best race fresh, right? Her debut was her best race, so maybe coming off this layoff, she'll run a good race. And I agree with Richie, she draws well towards the outside and should get a decent trip.
6-1 on that one. The number 7 Asset Purchase, 7-2, while the favorite 7-5.
Yeah. Hillendale was making a
very artistic shot.
I like that a lot. Yeah, I hear it's nice out there. I mean, I bet an Asset Purchase. I think there's a lot of things to like about her. I'm just a little afraid she might be meeting a horse that's better than her.
Maybe she will just be able to be ready to roll off the layoff if the favorite might need a race. We'll see how they stack up. Some exciting and competitive runners in this nightcap race 8. There is Virasana, very intriguing new face from California. What will she do in her first start here on the East Coast, and what could potentially be in the future for her as well? Could be a little bit of a I saw her when.
We drew this race 6 days ago, and I have been looking forward to seeing her since we drew it. She's a very intriguing horse, and she could be, if you say to me somebody in here is going to be effective in the Honorable Miss in Saratoga, she's the favorite to be that horse. Doesn't mean it couldn't be somebody else, but she's the favorite. She could be that kind of good. We'll see.
There she goes, 6-5 on Virasana. First start in nearly a year. Loading in for the nightcap, and it's a fun one. We'll find out who gets the victory and maybe one of those talented fillies off the layoff. One more time today, Chris Griffin has the call live here on FS2.
Asset Purchase. 2 out. Collect Dat. Ziarati. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Collect Dat broke with speed from the far outside. There's Majestic Return in between horses. Asset Purchase trying to join them. At the rail, Jose Lescano and Virasana now move on through, and Virasana has put a nose in front. Right to the outside here is Majestic Return. They're a clear 1-2, and Asset Purchase is tucked right towards the outside here, is moving towards the outside for stalking position from third, but is now 2.5 off the lead. At the rail is Fancy Azteca, who's holding that position in between horses. Obrigada. It's a 3-wide run for Collect Dat, who broke on top, but is now going to be mid-pack. Another 3 back to Ziarati, and Ziarati is well off the pace this afternoon, is second to last. The trailer is Kitten's Appeal. Up on the outside, here's Majestic Return, and the favorite Virasana is trying to battle on towards the inside, and they went 22 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile, and they reached the top of the stretch. Majestic Return is traveling smoothly to the outside of Virasana, who's just battling on towards the inside. Here's Asset Purchase down the center of the racetrack. Majestic Return and Kendra Carmouche, they've got the jump. They are 2 lengths in front. Asset Purchase is clearly now a danger up on the outside. Majestic Return, Asset Purchase, Ziarati from out of nowhere. Here's Ziarati, Asset Purchase, Ziarati, Asset Purchase. Ziarati there finished second. Then came a photo, Kitten's Appeal with Majestic Return. Also there was Obrigada in 1 minute 10 and 3. Asset Purchase, Manny Franco with another one.
Third win today for Manny Franco, Asset Purchase. She got a nice trip in here, rallying from off the pace, and she finished well, Andy.
No, she got a sensational trip, and she was able to rate and get it done. To be honest, I think the 4th place finisher in here, Majestic Return.
She ran huge.
She ran the best race. I mean, she dueled Virasana into defeat, and they were 22.12. We talked about how fast the last race was. They went 22.37. They were running, and Virasana did need this race. She did hang around until mid-stretch, but she clearly needed it. And Manny being able to rate Asset Purchase, excuse me, that made the difference in getting it done. You see the 6 closing on the rail, the 9 coming, and this race was just falling apart at the end. Perfect trip, perfect stalking spot for Asset Purchase, and a very tough beat. Majestic Return was actually 3rd. She really, I mean, we've seen a day today where the best horse didn't win quite a few races on today's card, where they were burned up in the pace, and this was, and I benefited from it. There are no sour grapes. I benefited with Asset Purchase, but the best horse ran 3rd in here, Majestic Return. That was some effort.
7-9-5-4, Majestic Return, the 5. Give Kendra Carmouche credit, broke sharply, and he put her into the game. probably thinking this is going to be her best chance. And it looked at one point like she might actually get the win and hold off the closers. Just not able to in the late stretch, but she really stuck around for quite a while there.
Yeah, no. I mean, Asset Purchase need every bit of that trip. I mean, to be honest, the way the race folded at the end, she might have been a little too close to the pace, which just shows you how well Majestic Return ran there. And Ziarati, once again, fresh, ran her best race. But she also got a really good setup in here, all things considered. I'm not giving up on the one Virasana. Tough draw on the inside, tough group to be back. I think she comes back. And given Peter Eurton's numbers, there's every reason to believe Richie thought she looked like a horse that could benefit from a race. There's every reason to believe she's going to run a lot better in her next start. I hope she sticks around.
Me too. Would like to see her again. Hope we get a chance to see her in New York, and will be fun to see what the future holds for her. But Asset Purchase, she was ready off the layoff, and she got the right kind of trip for the win as well. Manny Franco, 3-win stay. All that discussion we had about him, and he delivered on the show for us.
I think we deserve some of the credit. At least a little bit of it, don't you think?
Pat ourselves on the back a bit. Well,
we don't get enough. Right?
Yeah, exactly. We started off this week with a fun card today on Thursday, but of course coming up this weekend on Saturday, turf racing is back here in New York. The first turf stake of the year here in New York will be the Dangers Hour on Saturday. It'll be really fun to have turf racing back in action with some super fun and competitive races.
Oh, no question about it. It makes such a difference all around. Having it back is great, and it just really means that sort of spring and summer are here going along, and a fun race for it. Chad Brown, he looks tough in the first turf race, and he looks tough in the stake as well. And Clement Barn looks like they have a pretty good one in the last race, a real war going 6 furlongs in the turf.
Very tough New York bred allowance. So we'll see what happens on Saturday with turf racing back. But here tonight, Asset Purchase, $10.60 winner off the layoff, flying late over Ziarati. Majestic Return with a huge effort, sticking around to finish third. Official results in race number 8. 7-9-5 to wrap it up. Andy, coming up this weekend, turf racing. We have the Kentucky Derby, Triple Crown picking up, and it's an exciting time of year, isn't
It's a great time of the year. It's really the best time of the year because you know how much there is to look forward to. You haven't been up to Saratoga yet, Acacia. You'll be there soon. I was there this weekend. We opened the Oklahoma for training, and it was great to be up there, and it's just such a fun time of the year.
Well, we hope you'll join us this weekend and tomorrow as well. We saw some great racing today. Exciting finishes. Athena Beach winning race number 7. The entry running 1-2. Her stablemate Newsley running so well in that effort. And in the nightcap, Asset Purchase off the layoff, making the first start of her 4-year-old season a winning one for Chad Brown. And how about Manny Franco? 3 wins today. We'll be back tomorrow on FS2 from 1 to 6. Hope you'll join us. Thanks for watching today. Good night, everyone.